My name is Mike Durst. I'm the founder and CEO of a company called ITONICS. We're doing software products around innovation management, foresight, strategy, and growth. And we're trying to explore the potential of AI ourselves as well. We are co-hosting this summit with our friends from EDHEC Business School and Rohrbeck Heger. Let me now hand you over to my co-host, René Rohrbeck, professor at EDHEC Business School, straight from the attic in Lille. Oh, you're not in the attic, René. Welcome. Good morning. Hi.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, welcome to this summit also from my side. I'm very happy to be here with you, even if it's only virtually. As many of you know, I have a chair here which deals with foresight, innovation, and transformation. And we care a lot about uncertainty and how to make the best out of it. So I had my taste of this some 6 days ago when the Rohrbeck Koch Institute decided to put the place where I live on the red zone list. So that is why I'm here with you only virtually. But I'm looking very much forward to this day, because as a business school which feeds a lot on the direct interaction with industry, this type of events, and particularly the one which we co-host, is the unique experience which allows us to get direct feedback from industry, work with industry, understand problems. And for that, I'm very grateful that the innovation took place in Berlin to make all this also happen on the virtual space. So looking forward to join you virtually here from France. And I'm now going to hand you over to my co-founder, Tobias Heger, who is our managing partner at Rohrbeck Heger, and wish you all a great day today.
Thank you very much, René. A warm welcome also from the Rohrbeck Heger team and me. My name is Tobias Heger. I am one of the founders and the managing partner of Rohrbeck Heger. Around 5 years ago, René and I decided to found this company, to combine our expertise in academia and in practice to help companies work with future insights, using foresight to prepare for the future and to take action afterwards. So meaning to manage and understand uncertainty better. I believe that learning from each other is key for actually doing that. So this summit, which we have here today and had last year as well, is actually one of the highlights of my year, because there I can see and I can engage with the community and can engage with our partners and learn how they are working with foresight, and in this particular case today, technology foresight and everything around AI. So I'm looking very much forward today to sharing thoughts, sharing best practices, having a discussion on how AI can actually support decision making, can support innovation, can support foresighting. And to engage with the audience as well. So we are trying that today to also the virtual crowd to engage you in the discussions. So I'm looking forward to that in the time to come. We have split the day into 4 different sessions. And let me now hand it over back to Mike, who's going to explain how we're planning to do that throughout the day.
Thank you, Tobias. Thank you, René. Let me introduce you to the program of today. We have 4 panels with 3 to 4 speakers and experts each. Each panel has a 75-minute slot, including some virtual interaction options with the audience, on site and in the virtual world. You can send your questions to the speakers using the online chat functionality. Our team will collect and aggregate these, and then pass it on to the session facilitators, for example, Tobias over here and myself later on, and we will then pass on the questions to the experts, if we have enough time. We'll have a lunch break between 1 and 2 p.m. CEST, and coffee breaks between the panel sessions of about 15 minutes. The summit is being recorded, and the recordings will be shared online in a couple of days, I think in about a week or something. We have amazing speakers from Lufthansa, from Deutsche Telekom, from Siemens, from GfK, Thales, PricewaterhouseCoopers, Fraunhofer, and many, many more. We start with the first panel in just about 6 minutes. So you now have a couple of minutes to grab a coffee, do whatever you want. Thank you again. Please enjoy the summit. And I'm really happy that this all is happening because of you guys here in Berlin and you guys online. Thanks very much.
everybody grab a cup of coffee or a cup of tea. For the next 75 minutes, we're going to discuss in the first panel for today. The panel is called the Cyborg Strategy Designer. And within this panel, we're going to address a couple of questions that are especially coming from practice. So one will be, where will humans actually remain superior to an artificial intelligence in the future when it comes to business processes? What role will artificial intelligence actually play in foresight and innovation in the next 1 or 2 years, 3 years, 5 years? And what are just good practices, good examples, but also real-life projects? And for this panel, I'm very happy to have 3 awesome guests today. We have, for one, Didier Boulet. He is right now virtually with us, and he will be talking about a specific question from the artificial intelligence space. He's asking, can AI actually make it without design? Didier is a designer at heart, and he's the Group Chief Design Officer at Thales. And he's specifically emphasizing that the future and the future of artificial intelligence is more than just better software engineering, which is an interesting statement, and we will hear from him in a couple of minutes what he actually means by that. Also, we do have here in Berlin Claudia Pohling. She is head of AI at the Deutsche Telekom Innovation Lab, the German Telecom Innovation Lab, and she is driving the adoption of machine learning, of artificial intelligence across various business units, business areas. And she said one interesting thing. She said, and I'm quoting here, before you dream of AI, you better do your homework. And last but not least, of course, we do have also Benno Blumhauser here, and he is looking back at a long career in different positions, specifically with a focus on innovation and also artificial intelligence across firm boundaries and across internal boundaries. He is the innovation head at the Siemens AI Lab, which he also co-founded in, I guess it was late 2017. So we have a broad mixture, I'd say, from topics, both from practice, from a design perspective, from an implementation perspective. And I would say, let's really start this off. And I do have already a question to kind of kick off this session. And I would just step by step ask from you to make a short opening statement on the following question. And maybe we'll start with Benno. And the question is, where do you actually see the biggest challenge for implementing AI, specifically in business today?
Yeah, I think we still, I would like to answer the question on like on a meta level. I think we still are in a phase where AI is quite a hype. So we still have to make sure that we have realistic expectations about the potential of AI and about the effort of AI. We still encounter people who have rather a strong AI than a more realistic narrow AI in mind, who think of a magic tool that can solve anything rather than address specific narrow use cases. And on the other hand side, it's hard work. Like I very much like your statement about the before you dream, do your homework, because it's not only about, of course, data and the beautiful model. It's about implementing that technology-wise end to end, and it's about embedding it in the processes. And I'm a cultural economist by heart. It's about change management, and that's always forgotten.
And I think, both of you are working in quite large corporations and companies. I could imagine that that's kind of the same for Deutsche Telekom. How is that maybe also the biggest challenge, combining with driving the adoption across Deutsche Telekom, being a large corporation?
So I totally agree. I do have the same answer. So I mean, you have to clarify expectations. This is the first thing you have to do in a large corporation, yeah? So, and I mean, you have to deal with data, and I mean big data, yeah? So that's why you have to organize all these data sources, and you have to orchestrate, and also when it comes to people, you do not only need data scientists, you also need domain experts, yeah? And then with the domain experts, there come questions. So you cannot just take a data set and put that in machine learning stuff and expect some results. So therefore you need specific questions where you think the machine learning or the artificial intelligence or data analytics can answer these questions. And finally, you need patience. Yeah.
And where do you get these questions from? I mean, do they come from business units, from practitioners?
So you have to do that together. You have to put your domain experts together with your data-related people, and then start with, let's say, brainstorming session. Yeah.
So I get from both of you, it's about demystifying for one, right? So and I think we're going to add to this during the presentations and the statements that we have prepared today. But it's also about finding the right use cases and maybe designing actually what an algorithm, what an artificial intelligence should do. And I think that's kind of the same at Thales, right? So Didier being at the group chief, kind of design officer, is it kind of the same direction that you are trying to push at Thales, or do you see different problems in implementing AI for your specific tasks in business today?
Yeah, it's a tough question. And in our type of business, I would add explainability, transparency, and trust. How do you trust the system? And I will give a few examples, and I think you'll get the idea. And then on top of that, if I add the design perspectives, I would build up on the previous answers, which I agree completely with, and add, yes, you need domain expert, but you will need also designers. I mean, people, the human-centered specialists, the people that will make sure that the solution integrates with human society, users, and makes sense globally. I will try to develop that in my talk.
Yeah. And I think in the upcoming presentation by yours, you will specifically address this, right? You will look at the technology, artificial intelligence, from a design and from a use case perspective. But what I also would be interested in, and thanks for these opening statements from all of you, is actually to ask the audience. So basically you right now sitting in front of your laptop, of your notebook, of your tablet. And for this, we have actually prepared a small online poll. So what we're going to do right now is on your screen, you will see an online link, and you will actually see some kind of code. It will be a numerous code, and I also can read that. And please, what I would now, or what we specifically would be interested in right now, is that you're following to the website of the poll, enter the code, and answer the question that we're asking right now. And the question would be, do you actually see artificial intelligence representing more danger than benefit? Or does your feeling say that there is more benefit than danger? So please, as mentioned, go to www.menti.com as shown on the screen, enter the code that is also shown to you, and just, give us your opinion. And based on an opinion, we basically then can see how the community that is live today is thinking about that. And it may take a couple of seconds until the data comes in. And maybe once we wait until the data is coming in, I think this is kind of a discussion which is highly controversial, right? So on the benefit side, and I don't want to bias you right now, but on the benefit side, there is lots of different use cases that are coming from healthcare industry, that are coming from the financial industry, but there is also, for example, AI helping in predicting food shortage, famine, democratizing healthcare, and so on. But on the other hand, there is also obviously risk associated with that. And maybe one of the most prominent technology entrepreneurs these days, everybody knows him, Elon Musk, he also had a very controversial statement on that, because he said, AI, and I'm again quoting, AI poses the most serious threat to the survival of the human race, which is kind of a bold statement, I'd say. And when I look at the results from the polls that are popping in right now, that's kind of interesting to see, but I think it is still kind of balanced, so there's not a real tendency between being a danger or being a benefit. We're still waiting for some opinions to come in, and then ultimately we see that. And maybe we can already start with using the first results and the opinions on here. For example, what's your opinion on that? Do you agree with the, I would say, very bold statement that Elon Musk poses, or would you say it is evened out, or how is your opinion on that?
I think that depends, So I can understand, of course, the, let's say, fear that AI is danger because we are all biased. Yeah, we are biased by science fiction movies, and when I start to present the topic, machine learning, AI, and so on, I always try to educate and to explain that we are talking about not the strong AI, we are talking about weak AI, and this is...
Can you maybe explain the difference between weak AI, just in a few sentences?
Yeah, it's quite hard. But it's easy to explain when you say Terminator means strong AI. So the AI is able to decide on its own and has feelings and so on. Yeah?
Okay.
And right now we only have this is pure statistics, yeah. So we predict on historical data. We analyze historical data. Sometimes we use a specific data set and try to predict the future. And this is not the danger. This is a kind of support our decisions. And this is my statement as well, that we should talk and educate the people that AI will support. This is a technology which can help us to decide better. Yeah. So
I mean, at the core of the question, somewhat is: will the technology ultimately develop into something that may actually, become a threat or become a danger? I mean, Didier, you're specifically, working for Thales, being in a company which is also, I would say, heavily invested in defense, for example, in aerospace, so in tech-savvy and very tech-heavy parts. How is the discussion around AI being a risk, being a threat, or being a benefit, in your opinion, but also at Thales or across the people you're talking to? So is there a specific opinion that is, for example, at Thales? Or maybe until we hear Didier, maybe move over to Benno first. Sure.
Maybe I can jump in.
Yeah.
Well, I think I like the statement of Elon Musk because of its provocational character. I don't think it's true. I think the biggest threat for the survivability of humanity is the human, right? And long before an AI will develop something like a real, existential threat to us, it will be ourselves who are destroying our planet and everything related to that. But maybe reflecting on that, I think the issue is that we are talking about artificial intelligence here, and the term itself suggests that something like in science fiction always has been that narrative, that something like that will emerge from that. So when we talk about intelligence, we talk about our own cognitive USP. My cognitive USP is not blockchain. I don't feel threatened with that. It's intelligence, of course, and this is why we feel like in a competition suddenly with the technology, and this is why it's so personal and it's so intimate, and that awakes all these fantasies. We should limit it down and really say, okay, it's a tool. It's statistics on steroids. It's really useful, it has its potential, but let's keep all that science fiction away.
And I think, as you can see from the results from the poll that are coming in, I think 2/3 of the proportion actually is going into that direction. They say, at least the online virtual participants say, to them AI is more benefit than actually danger. But since we have you as running the AI lab, for example, at Siemens, are you kind of working on a general AI that will drive Siemens in the future, or what's kind of the secrets in there?
I'm not allowed to talk about that. No, we are not. We're using AI as a technology to implement in our use case. We try to use it as any other technology, and of course there is a big expectation related to that, and the hype is the curve is a bit flattening, we might say. It's becoming more and more realistic. We are really more and more calculating. Okay, what's the realistic return on invest? Of course. But it's not about general AI at all.
Yeah, it is. And maybe can we get a statement from Didier from Thales, who is in the virtual space? What's your feeling on that? More danger than benefit, or more benefit than danger?
No, but more benefit than danger. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, perfect.
Yes. So definitely for us, the element of privacy and
All right. So I think what we were getting from Didier was actually the same as the participants in the online poll we're also stating so that we do have more benefit than danger, which is quite the opposite opinion to what like the tech entrepreneurs like Elon Musk or something are shouting out to the world. And I'm pretty sure he or they are doing that for a specific reason. But ultimately, I guess what you said is kind of the state of the art, right? So it's used as a tool in a toolbox of doing something differently. And we will, I guess, throughout the day see some more use cases, for example, coming from the healthcare industry, but also maybe coming from later on from the Deutsche Telekom or for the Siemens AI Lab to see if we could actually demystify that kind of term that, as with every technological disruption that is basically happening, is basically prevailing around. So thanks for that, and also thanks for the virtual participants giving your opinion. I was actually expecting a more even distribution, so I'm kind of happy to see that. And after that, we now took some kind of a helicopter view, like, you know, that was kind of high level. It would be great to dive in now into certain examples. And the first example actually will come from Didier. We'll try to get him on the virtual stage right now. And Didier is, let's say, has prepared something from his work being Group Chief Designer Officer at Thales. And, you know, I think everybody knows the company, but just in case some guys or girls didn't hear what Thales is doing, of course, you're in the field of aeronautics, transport, defense, security systems. And I heard that in specific areas or application areas of artificial intelligence, you're also doing some pioneering work. And the presentation that you have prepared right now is asking a tough question. It says, can AI even make it without design? And I'm really keen on hearing your opinion. The stage is yours.
Thank you. So, before, and this is my teasing question, can AI make it without design? And I will come back on that question at the end. I hope it will trigger an interesting conversation, and especially if you have similar initiative in your company's organization. If you want to understand Thales in a nutshell, you know, you can see all these different systems on this chart. And what they all have in common is this element of trust. Trust is a very important word in the company, because basically a lot of these systems are the systems underpinning, you know, our societies, whether it's transportation, communication, security, even this defense to some extent. And bringing AI in this world is not as easy as, you know, it sounds, as you can imagine. Over the years, we have developed a strong AI strategy internally in the company, and we give it a name which is Trust AI. And before I give you the attributes of this strategy, let me give you 3 examples of AI applications or AI work we are currently doing. I chose 3 out of many from the company. So, for example, we're working heavily on autonomous trains. There are a lot of programs around the world to basically bring autonomy to, you know, larger objects than just cars. And mainline trains is one of them. Another example is all the applications where we need to basically process a huge amount of data and help the operator to visualize. And this is an example from defense, which is, you know, fighting the mines that are still in our oceans, even mines from the World War II. There are a huge amount of them still in the ocean. And so we equip the navies with the systems to basically find them and then remove them. And the last example, also, it's a category of its own. It's, you know, bringing AI in the virtual assistant kind of world, or up to bringing a new digital crew member. And so how do you assist operators, drivers, pilots in their work? In this case, this is for airline pilots, for example. So these are examples, and you understand that, you know, you cannot basically fail, and you know, the transparency, explainability, the trust, all these attributes are absolutely key in this kind of AI application. And that's why, you know, the AI visionaries and the leaders we have in this field in the company, they came up with this notion of this type of AI. We're going to give it a name. They call it true AI. It's kind of marketing. But behind this, you have this notion of transparency, understandability, explainability, and then the ethical dimension. And then they added something else. They added AI needs to be human-centered. So this is not a bias from me or from the designers. This is coming from the technologists and the strategists we have in this field. And they see from the start, they saw from the start that AI needs to be human-centered to succeed. Now, when we saw that, and when I say we, I mean the design community in the company, we said, okay, that's our tickets. That's how, as designers, we can contribute to the AI strategy of the company. And so what we did, we all sit together and we said, okay, we're also going to give it a name. And we said, okay, we need to have a program and that will be the umbrella for several initiatives we're going to trigger. And that will have design support the AI strategy, the AI initiatives we have in the company. And so that was the start already 2-3 years ago. And so right now, for the rest of the presentation, I'm going to share with you some of the questions we had at the start and what we're doing concretely to address this. First, the questions. So when we started to look at the intersection between design, AI, and so forth, we had a lot of questions popping up. And I think everybody realized that bringing AI in an existing system, that changed the dynamic, that changed the way people, users are going to interact with the systems. It brings all new kind of paradigms when it comes to interaction design. It is also, the big question is, okay, what does it mean to design for trust, design for, ethics, explainability, and so forth? So it brings all these questions. Is it going to change the way we design? Is that a new medium? And so we had all these questions. In this slot, I cannot address and develop all of them, of course, but it was the starting point. And so the first challenge we took is, okay, how do we bring design approaches, methodology to better predict, imagine, invent the AI-powered future? Because when it comes to AI, people have a lot of fantasies and bias and sometimes simplify things and wanted to avoid that. How do we boost the imagination around this? And we leverage a field of design that some of you might be familiar with, which is design fiction. The principle is easy. You basically tap into science fiction, manga, all the literature that exists from 30 years ago, 20 years ago, 10 years ago, and you basically use that to basically kind of, first of all, support the thinking process and the imagination, but also there are some theories that what was imagined 30 years ago becomes reality 30, 40, 50 years later. And so it's a very interesting process to do that. And so we started a project specifically on AI using design fiction. And as you see on this chart, there is plenty of references. And so concretely, we are at the stage where we have assembled an initial stock of 75 fictions. So extract from different movies and references. And then what you do is you process them, you categorize them, the type of AI, the good AI, the bad AI, and you start to create kind of an ontology of the type of AI that you find there, the type of interactions that you have. That's one side of the work. And then we started to look at the reality and the present. And in there, we analyzed, a lot of existing AI implementation. And we did the same job, which is how do you analyze, categorize them, the good AI, the bad kind of AI. And now the current work is we try to bridge that together and develop, some pattern language and stuff we can use to have richer conversation about future AI system. So that's one big work we're doing on AI. And then we bring it further into our innovation practice. So in Thales, one of the very important innovation practices is design thinking. We have a network of 12 design centers around the world. And we wanted to see how do we extend and enrich the current design thinking practice with AI concepts. So if you're not familiar with design thinking, it's an innovation approach, multiple steps. It's heavily using design methods. but it's used by multidisciplinary groups across the company. And so when we look at this process, we try to see where, when the intent is to produce some system, augmented with AI or something, where could we basically extend this process? And so, of course, the previous work is there. So during the inspiration phase, we want to put our fictions and or AI interactions analysis into play. But also we could basically change the way we address the brief. Then we created a trust model and an AI fail canvas, which bring pattern language, element of language that, again, create a richer conversation, a richer innovation process. And this is something now we are deploying in different design thinking team to apply it on our project. So this concludes, in 10 minutes, a glimpse on what we're doing, not on AI, because that would be not more technology and so forth, but how do we approach it from a design and innovation standpoint? How do we address it concretely, and I hope you found that interesting. And now I think it's time for your questions, remark, or sharing the experiences you have in your own organization on these topics. Thank you.
Really interesting and a really good glimpse into that. One thing that you said really caught my attention, and is basically, on the one hand, trust, what you mentioned, but on the other hand, you do say design thinking seems to be an integral part of that. How do you make sure to combine both the trust into the design thinking approach? Is there any specific part where you say we're specifically looking at components that amplify trust, that build trust when building AI application using design thinking? Is there any connection between those two parts?
Yes, actually, you make sure that the trust dimension is part of the the innovation process from the start. So if you're familiar with design thinking, you know that you don't want just to push technology. You want to start with the users, with the humans. It's strongly biased with the human-centered approach. And so while you do your interviews, observation, ethnography, building up the empathy, and trying to see the kind of problems that you want to solve, as soon as you start to think about solution, the element of trust should be, a dimension. How people will actually use the system. How will they be able to rely on that systems? How trustworthy the system is going to be. And so you make sure that throughout the design thinking process, this element of trust is there. As before you would do for the business model, for example, you would start at some points to look that it is economically viable and that you have also examined different way to build up your business model. And in this case, the way we extend design thinking is we adding this trust element in this. And also when we prototype and we go in the solution, we look for the fail element. What happens when the AI fails? What is, how does the overall systems react to that? So, and we make sure that in the design thinking and the methods we introduce, we put on the table this fail canvas and trust model throughout the journey.
Yeah. And then you said one thing, you said that how do we make sure what happens and that we don't lose trust if the AI fails. Now you were nodding your head, I guess for a specific reason, but how does kind of these things go together? So on the one side, we hear from Didier that they use design fiction, sci-fi stories, but at the same time, especially those sci-fi stories are not really trustworthy, right? It is about AIs taking over the world, destroying people, destroying humanity. Do you, for example, at Deutsche Telekom also use with design fiction, with sci-fi, or do you somewhat get your inspiration for use cases from business sides only? How do you cope with that?
So first of all, I think T-Labs started 15 years ago, and I think we did have a library for Star Trek snippets. Yeah, so we were influenced by all these, let's say, science fiction snippets. So of course we do have also stuff like this, but at the end, and after such a long time, you have to prove that you can also make business out of all the things you are doing at a laboratory. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And trust issues?
Yeah,
Is something common? I think you will maybe talk about this later on, but yeah.
So at the end, you have to prove. So Didier mentioned a lot of nice terms, or important terms, like the human-centered thing, and also design thinking, and also stuff like, or not stuff, but when it comes to humans, then of course you have to talk about ethical values, and therefore you need the trust, and then you can of course explain a lot, and you can make relationships, but at the end you have to prove that AI does not fail, So, and that's why we created our project.
And this maybe perfectly fits with the statement that I got from you. And again, I'm quoting. You said, before you dream of AI, you should do, or you should better do your homework. Can you maybe just dive into that a bit? What do you mean by homework? And then maybe I think you've also brought a video that we can have a look at.
Yeah, so of course AI is very close related to all data science, data analytics. So AI is, let's say, the new buzzword for everything that was also already in the past, business analytics, business insights, and so on. So at the end, you have to analyze all your data sources. And if you have a large company, then you have to take care also on the, let's say, privacy. Then there's also in Europe the GDPR. So you have to face some rules and also some, of course, human issues. And you have sensitive data, not only, but you of course have customer data which are sensitive. So at the end, you have to take care, first of all, on the data sources, and you have to try to get them all together, or to, let's say, orchestrate that all together. And that's the hardest part, and it takes years. And that's why you have to do your homework. And there are some other snippets in all this area where you have to work on it before you start with AI. So first of all, you have to organize, orchestrate data, to convince business people. You have to find the right people, I mean the domain experts and also data-related people. So that's why it takes at least in a large company 10 years to come to AI. So that's my...
And maybe that's a good time to just have a look at the video that you have brought with.
Yeah, but before we start with the video, I would rather introduce this kind of project. So we felt, and also Didier mentioned that, there are failures, when it comes to AI, and you have to take care. And if you want to prove that you want to use AI and you want to implement the whole stuff in your company, and you have customers and a large number of customers, then it's of course about trust, and that's why you have to prove that your implementation of all your ML models are safe, secure, that there's no bias in it. And we started 2 years ago together with our colleagues from the Ben Gurion University in Israel, a project which is called Robust AI. And they approached us with an, let's say, specific topic, which is called adversarial attack. And this is about fooling a model. So you are able to fool a model by a malicious input, and therefore you have to take care that there's no bias. And we expanded this project with some more dimensions, which is bias, adversarial attacks, and then also privacy. It's also possible to leak your training data. And our vision is to have, let's say, a virus scanner at the end. So right now it is a research project, but at the end we would like to have this tool where you can upload your ML models, and then at the end you get an assessment of all these dimensions where you can say, okay, this ML model, we have to, let's say, work on it again, and you get some solutions, and this is the vision. And we started 6 months ago, and one of the results you can see in the video. Yeah.
So I guess let's have a look at the video and then see what we can talk about that.
In this video, we show how to assess a churn prediction model, currently used by Deutsche Telekom, with respect to its robustness to bias and privacy violations. This machine learning model assists the company to predict whether a customer will choose to stay or leave the company. First, let's check if the churn prediction model is biased. Detecting bias is particularly important in light of GDPR, which requires using appropriate procedures in order to prevent discrimination. When we run the bias analysis plugin, we notice that the model systematically discriminates customers over 51 years old, by assuming they would not churn, leading to a potential age bias. Since the observed median age is 51, it might suggest that 50% of the customers might not be offered incentives and discounts. This can potentially lead to revenue loss.
So in that, I guess there were a lot of terms that say like that. Maybe for the non-technical people that are also virtually and also maybe on site here in Berlin, can you maybe just explain something of the terminology, ML, churn, and all that around that?
So in this project, we tested different use cases. One of the use cases is this churn model. And this is about taking care that our customers are not leaving our contract, our company. Yeah?
So they don't go away, they cancel contracts.
Right. Yeah. And and all the other use cases where, for instance, chatbot or also credit scoring. So in every model where you can have biases in it. And as you saw in the video, this is not critical right now, So this is only about telecom because in this moment we realized we discriminate people over 51, So they don't get some incentives and marketing activities. So we think or we are sure that they do not leave. And this is, of course, wrong. So you have to take care and you have to analyze this and then do some countermeasures, for instance.
And how do you get to this conclusion? What was the data kind of telling you? Hey, 51 is 51 and above are the best customers around the world. They're not sending any.
This is the historical data we have.
Okay.
So, but this is not the future. So you have to take care that they still stay at your company and in your contracts.
And I mean, you said it is, or it may not be critical, but revenue loss sounds always like being highly critical.
Of course.
To a company. So how would you do that? Would you retrain the model? Would you give it different data? What's kind of the leap into the future here?
Yeah. So first of all, you have to bring these results to the marketing people. And they can decide, okay, this is not critical, good to know, but I think it will be in the next 5 years the same. So, but at the end, they can be more, let's say, critical with the next 5 years. So that they can take care if it's still this age, or also if there are more variables like nationality or gender or stuff like this. So this is just people over 51, So that's why I think it's also to push the people on a specific topic that they have to take care, So that they do not rely on such results from machine learning.
And do people from marketing listen? Because they have market research, they have their own kind of toolings. Now this is let's say, auxiliary and additional data input coming from you guys. How do they react to that?
So sometimes you have to tell the story 5 times again, and you have to be persistent, of course. But this is when it comes to innovation. So this is our job when you work in a lab or when you work in the field of innovation. So you are used to be that persistent. But at the end, it is enough to say, take care. And maybe we will find some more critical biases in our whole ML use cases.
And when you say you need to do your homework, it sounds quite hard. I'm used to, if somebody says to me, do your homework, this is my reptile brain already saying, no, run away, I don't want to do any homework. So,
maybe the term is wrong.
It sounds hard to do that. It sounds hard to start. It sounds like a high entry barrier. So does that mean that all the corporations, for example, also at the Siemens AI lab, have you done your homework? Is there kind of a high entry barrier to work with good models and then communicate the results to other business units such that they can listen and really drive action to that?
Yeah, of course. But I would add to that. I understand your reptile brain reaction. So maybe one approach, of course, is slice the elephant, right? It's a big bunch of things you have to do at once, but really of course, we help them to go step by step and understand how can they approach that big effort. And maybe it's sometimes an iterative process, right? They do a bit of a homework, and then they can start with the first validation. They can prove their initial concept, and then they learn, okay, if we do more homework, if we do more data curation or work on that, then we can have a second loop, and then it's a virtuous spiral.
Yeah. And do they listen? I mean, if you approach them, for example, with some use cases, maybe just a short statement, yes, no, maybe. So do they kind of positively address what you're sending to them, or is there more like some resistance to hear what's coming from AI models or from statistical models?
Yes.
Okay.
They do listen. This is because they fear some more bad PR. Yeah. And this is not allowed as a company like Deutsche Telekom. It's also about our image and our brand, and that's why we have to take care, of course.
Yeah. And maybe, I don't know, Benno, how's that at Thales? Just a short sentence. Since you're working with sci-fi and, you know, crazy stuff, crazy stories, do people you're working with across boundaries think that there's some crazy stuff you're doing, or do they take this very seriously and ultimately also work with the use cases you're developing for them from a design perspective?
No, it is taken very seriously. Design fiction is a very serious topic used by MODs and very serious institutions. So it's not taken like a joke. The difference maybe with the previous comment is that in a very tech savvy company like Thales, we don't need to convince so hard the business to follow these routes. And so I think there we have a very good context for that. It's almost too much technical. That's where I jump in and bring these other dimensions into the equation.
And I think there is, as we heard from you, but also from you both here on stage, it seems to me as if there is two kind of different categories. So for one is, of course, data literacy, right? The technology part on the one hand, which we, of course, need to push, and we have great people working in that. But at the same time, there is also some visionary competencies, be it use cases, be it design, be it kind of, what to actually do with that technology. Not sure you're losing people alongside the path. So I guess, Benny, you have brought an interesting picture today. I guess it is from one of your friends and colleagues from Rupert Hoffman from Audi. And maybe we can just quickly throw that picture here on the screen. And while we're driving this up, can you maybe explain something? What does it mean? So it shows some person, I guess. And this person on the next slide is kind of balancing things. So it looks like the person is, over a chasm, and it has a stick, and it says data knowledge, visionary competence. What does it give? Do you have hope? Do you see any chances for corporations, for companies, for humanity to come over this chasm, and how to do that?
Yes, I think there is hope. I think this is rather related to my optimistic character than to realistic expectations. But of course we will make it across that chasm. That the picture from Rupert, I think he developed it, or he employs it also at the Foresight Academy. They've been founding with a lot of companies. For me, that's not only on that case very talkative, but it shows the balancing that we have to manage in a lot of innovation activities when it is around AI. In this case, of course, about data knowledge, the literacy, the homework, you will probably say, and on the other hand side, the visionary competence, the big outlook, the North Star we are all going to. I think we have to differentiate also that it's not only about the big science fiction vision where it's all going to, but really each and every business. I mean, Siemens is still a conglomerate with a lot of different businesses, and each of these businesses has its own vision, right? You have to differentiate a bit, and again here slice the elephant. I really like that picture because it is a cautious way. You have to have some patience, but you always have the Business Tomorrow Summit in sight. Rupert is a aficionate for hiking in the mountains. This is why a lot of drawings are related to that. But I would like to reflect a bit further on this balancing, because there are a lot of other challenges when it comes to AI where we also have to balance out things. There's no easy answer to that, right? And this is you might excuse that I have a PowerPoint here with me. This is due to my consulting background. There are two main challenges related to AI, not only AI, but especially AI. One is ambiguity. This is surprising also from a Siemens perspective, because normally we think, okay, wow, there's a technology, we can solve some problem with that, right? It's a cool thing. But when it comes to AI, as I said before, AI is a very personal term, so there are a lot of risks related to it. There are a lot of fear associated to it. This is something we have to understand, to be aware, and also to tackle as a challenge. And the other thing is uncertainty. At Siemens, also the hardware business, of course, normally we are used to, there's an existing KPI set, right? There's a gas turbine, and we have to optimize or to improve the energy efficiency by 0.5 percentage point per year. So in digital business, and especially when it comes to AI, there's a lot of uncertainty. You have to react quickly, you have to come up with an answer to emerging trends and so on. So these are the two challenges, and the impulse I would like to give is the answers we try to give here, balanced on responsible AI and exploration. And maybe we have now already talked a lot about some of these things. We can rush through it quite quickly. But again, why AI? We don't speak about responsible blockchain or responsible hydrolyzer, right? It's about AI because it's so personal. And this, by the way, on the picture, this is taken at the AI Lab. We are hosted in Mindspace, the Viktualienmarkt, in the middle of Munich. And this is Pepper. You might have seen that robot. Many companies have them. So we tried to include him or her, we don't know yet, as part of our team. It's the only non-human team role he's assuming. And he was supposed to assume the role of junior AI lab concierge, so providing answers. But we soon experienced that he may be rather a junior singularity fear taker, because he's not really intelligent, right? This guy proves you how difficult it is actually to come up with, even with narrow AI. Second thing, AI is such an umbrella term. There are so many real use case types underneath that umbrella term, and you have to somehow differentiate between the use cases. Each of these use case types is quite polarizing. So we have come up with or we use that set of 7 AI capabilities. We don't go through it all now, but just to show you, in some of these capability areas, there are quite some tension fields, right? You can do one thing or the other with the same technology. For example, large-scale monitoring using visual computing, especially visual computing, to detect patterns, to anticipate, to predict maybe incidents. And you can use that, of course, that's the industrial AI perspective to monitor your infrastructure, be it power lines, be it railways, be it pipelines, and to improve your service, to lower costs, to improve quality, and so on. But you can use that same technology also, and it's not only in China, but of course that's the most prominent example, to control whole societies with that technology, right? The same here, profiling of individuals, technologically highly exciting to profile single humans and their behavior, their prediction, their predicted behavior also. And you can use that mirroring them, providing them feedback on their behavior, which they can use to improve, maybe on their mental diseases. But you can, of course, do the contrary with that and make people addicted to your website, because you want to draw the attention to your very product, right? So that's also a potential field. Third one, also exciting, creative AI. You can use that to create, as we do, design and engineering in the engineering process for generative design, for example, in gas turbine layouts. That speeds up a lot the process. But on the other hand side, you all know that you also can use it to produce fake news, manipulate democracies, sabotage, maybe even put at threat a core value of our societies, which is, I believe I have trust in pictures, right? So that's essentially a last example, maybe the bluntest of all, of course, autonomous physical systems. You can use them to lower mortality rates, or do the contrary, depending on what is your vehicle you're equipping it with. So what we think is there are 3 layers, basically, you have to take into account. And the bottom, the fundamental layer still is the meaningful intention. What do I actually want to address with that very use case, right? And if you want to accept for the good as a synonym of the sustainability development goals, you can, of course, analyze some correlation between that. And AI can contribute to that. There's many proofs already to that. Then the second layer is the responsible design. We spoke about bias, discrimination, all that. How do I implement AI without having this negative effect, this negative side effects? So there is the EU Commission with a framework. There are many companies, probably also Telecom has its set of, let me guess, 7 principles, 8?
I think 9.
9, okay. And at the top, of course, there's the use case. We are all from companies, we want to make money with that, some return on invest. The question is then, but how do you approach that? Are you coming from the top? You identify the use case, and then you somehow make sure it's responsibly designed, and in the end you paint it green. Or you come from the bottom, you start, because you are an NGO or you are a pro bono unit of an internet player, and you have you want to invest money for marketing purposes. You come from the bottom, and then you also make sure it's compliant with rules and regulations. And in the end, you turn it into a business case or not. It doesn't matter, because you have already had the marketing effect. And this is not sustainable neither. So what I think we need is, of course, a coupled approach, right? And that's, again, a balance. Involve all stakeholders, also those who have contributed the data. In our case, B2B business, it's mostly another company, have fair deals with that. Responsible design, don't underestimate that there are trade-offs between like the benefits of AI and the risks, but you can use technologies to solve that. There are many examples for that. Maybe we can deep dive there later. And at the bottom, of course, meaningful intention. How aligned is your company purpose with the SDGs? This is, of course, nothing we can do from an AI lab perspective, and in the case of Siemens, but this is a strategy question for the company. And last but not least, also a policy framework question, right? Because if the framework is somehow leading you in that direction, it's easier to adopt your strategy with that. So the second big balancing part is then the exploration. And I mean, many in the audience, I assume, are like the innovation pros, yeah? So you're very familiar with the principle of ambidexterity. Balancing out that exploration and exploitation strength, muscle in your company. And as I said before, companies like Siemens have a very strong exploitation muscle, right? They know once there is a working use case, they know how to scale it, how to roll it out globally, and how to make cash out of it. Because in the past, that was the incremental innovation with which you made money. The exploration portfolio, the exploration engine is a muscle that we have to train more and more in the big companies. And this is why units like ours, but many others, have been founded in the last years to come up with a more freer, opener approach to that. And the question also here is then, it's not about balancing out that organizational-wise, but you also have to make sure that there's a culture, that there are processes that somehow match these new requirements. And when it's about exploration, you need a culture of entrepreneurship, of openness, of honesty. You need a failure culture, right? You need to know where to go and where to say stop. And it's completely different mindset and capability set that you need than on the other side. And this is why, again, as a consultant, I try to not to sketch, but to put it into PowerPoint graphs. At the iLab, we also try to balance out that what we do. We're running orientation workshops with customers internally, acceleration sprints to validate our hypotheses, but we try to also foster an innovation culture with that. You cannot define it, but you can have it grow over time. And those are my thoughts about how to balance things.
So I have a question on that. So what was the name of your robot in your innovation lab? Pepper. So the question is, before I, in a second step, also want to bring back the audience on an additional question, on an additional poll. Your robot, do you foresee any point in time in the future where this guy or girl is going to run your AI lab?
No.
No. And why not?
We are really talking here about, I mean, the vision with that, or the purpose of his role description. We have a role description with a specific purpose.
You have a role description for a robot?
Yes, we do. We do. Maybe a bit of a play thing, but we have a set of 60 roles in the whole team. Cool. And to run the iLab as a platform, and one role is attributed to Pepper. But he just he doesn't meet the expectations here. And I mean, it was very easy. Like ask him some things about, okay, what is the iLab, what is deep learning, and things like that. So it's hard coded. Many would argue whether this is AI, but still this is kind of difficult.
No. By the way, this is one example where you can see weak AI. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to a robot, at the moment, they are only able to do one thing. Mm-hmm. Or maybe two things. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, for instance, Boston Robotics, you know, the cool
the crazy robots,
the crazy robots, mm-hmm. They can climb, yeah, or they can, let's say, climb steps, yeah. And this Pepper is able to answer questions, yeah. And then you have another robot who is, let's say, able to bring you some stuff. But when it comes to steps, this Pepper and also this care robot is not able to climb the steps. So the first problem. So and then you can summarize all these 60 roles in one robot. This is not possible right now. Yeah. So the robots are not ready yet to take over.
And before we bring back in the question also to Didier from Thales on the cyborg strategy designer that we're ultimately aiming for, just at this point in time, again, I want to engage the audience, the virtual audience here. And as you did the time before, I'd like to ask you another question directly to the virtual Paul. And this time the question is a little bit different, and you have 4 different categories to choose from. So please, again, right now on your screen, you will see a link to Mentimeter.com, and you see, again, a whole number. I guess it's the same that you had before. And please, again, join for this Menti.com poll that we're doing. And the question right now is, you need to think in terms of your organization, be it your team, your company, or your maybe business unit, or whatever, whatever framing you wanted to give. And the question is, do you think that your organization has both strong and balanced capabilities on data knowledge, so on data literacy, as we've seen before, and also on visionary competencies? Do you think it's rather lacking the technological part, the data knowledge, it's rather lacking the visionary competencies, or do you say, well, actually, we're really lacking both, and we're kind of far behind? So 4 options, they tend to be mutually exclusive. And we kind of already see the first answers popping in. So the numbers are getting high. So right now we're actually seeing this might change a bit, but right now we see that lacking data knowledge seems to be the most prominent one. A little bit more about half of the people. Oh no, it's changing right now. So it's still a race, I guess, but I'm a little bit concerned about lacks both options. So guys, is that true? Are you really lacking both visionary and data knowledge, data competencies? And there is also a certain proportion of people that say, yeah, there's actually a balanced capabilities, but we'll give it another 30 seconds or 40 seconds to do that and see how the proportions basically are changing. But it does not look as it's kind of falling into a state which is kind of even.
You might be this might be somehow biased also. I'm sure if I would ask the typical data scientists in a company, they would also say data knowledge is what is lacking. Right. Yeah? Because they are daily complaining about that lack of literacy in the company. If you ask others, they might have a different question, but you may have 38% of data scientists.
So that's an interesting one. So Didier, since you are designer at heart, since you are the group chief design officer, when you look at these results here, saying that about 1/3 say they do have balanced capabilities, but the actual majority says that they do lack some data knowledge or data literacy. Now, you being in the kind of design organization, would you say this is also something you are observing? Do you are you surprised by those results popping in?
No, and you know, before you speak about design or human-centeredness for AI, I think you need the data. I think you need a very, very strong data strategy, data management practices, if you want to do any strong outcome with your AI. So no, not surprised at all.
Yeah. So how does that kind of connect to the panel topic that we initially had when we said, is there any kind of cyborg designer or cyborg strategist even? Is any one of you already using the outputs and maybe recommendations even from the AI that guide certain strategy processes, foresight processes, not only marketing decisions for customers, but something that shows you a certain direction? How's it at Thales, for example? Are you kind of feeding strategy processes with recommendations coming out from fiction AI and the processes you do?
No, not at all. I think it will be the parallel with the robot. I think you can find right now some AI helping you in the exploration phase, some AI helping you in the generative design, a very cool thing in generating different design and so forth. When I think about a strategic designer, it's someone that can blend, the human side, the business side, the technology side. And for that, I don't have an AI that can do that. And even ethically, I wouldn't leave to an AI the role to, work on a human-centered AI. So I would not delegate that to them. I would keep it to humans to make sure that all these things blend together. So I'm not sure we will see anytime soon a full-fledged cyborg strategic designer.
So what do you think, why is the reason that people like, famous people like Elon Musk, for example, still state this very controversial thing that they say it's kind of the biggest threat? Obviously, he's seeing something on the horizon. Now, from the pause and also from the discussion today, it seems that it's quite infant. So, of course, the technology is quite infant. But how does this get together? Is it really a controversial discussion, or are we just missing something here?
Yeah, we are missing something. So you can also take some more people who made, let's say, similar statements like Elon Musk. And there's one observation: all men. Yeah.
True.
So the thing is, I think female software engineers wouldn't have this fear, because they are sure that they will always follow ethical rules or more rules. Yeah? But this is just one observation, so I let it to you.
It is. What do you think?
Partly. I mean, they have maybe they project what a ruthless male leader has as bad characteristics to their vision of an AI. I think sometimes we are also talking about different time frames, right? I mean, Ray Kurzweil may be an exception here, but Elon Musk, I don't think he speaks about in a 5 or 10 years time, but rather after that. And nobody knows what's after that. So I think he's just provoking, as he's leading his companies, by provoking, by overstretching goals. This is kind of how he tries to wake up his environment, right? Yeah, I think it mustn't fully contradict here. And about well, can we implement AI in our foresighting and trend scouting? I think it's rather a difficult nut to crack, right? Because there are easier processes. Like I think the emerging blockbusters are all in the supply chain management area, right? Or in the sales process, where you have a lot of data, where you have clear processes. This is where AI can fully unfold its potential. Nevertheless, for trend scouting, foresighting, I think there are still in embryonic state. There are interesting areas where AI can support the human expert. Never substitute, or not soon substitute, but support. Why not? We've played around, for example, with an AI predicting where a patent would fit to which business unit a Chinese patent could fit into our Siemens org, because we have a lot of historic data to do that. But I think maybe the best would be for science fiction, right? The GPT-3 model now is so crazily good that could help to really generate narratives.
And then do you think that we will be ever, trusting some kind of these AI models? There's actually one question from the virtual audience just popping in right now, and the question is, concerning data literacy, but also concerning responsibility, trust, and all these words that are kind of flying around in this session, and certainly they will fly around in later sessions as well. Based on your experience and your work on a deep level with AI, is it still a black box? Or are we kind of on a new way to actually understanding what the algorithm does, how decisions emerge, how data is being understood by the AI, or are we not understanding what it's actually doing?
Yeah, so when it comes to deep learning, of course, there's still the black box topic. Yeah, but the thing is, it's again about expectations. Yeah, so we expect that the artificial intelligence will be that, let's say, transparent and explainable, but we do not yet understand our brain fully. Yeah, so
the human brain.
The human brain. Yeah, so the human intelligence. So how can we expect that we will explain all this in artificial intelligence? Yeah, so I would say first of all, we have to understand fully the whole human brain. This is one condition, I would say.
Okay, well, I would expect that trust can develop over time when we have learned to work in a teamwork mode with the AI, right? To have the AI making transparent, uncovering maybe hidden biases or maybe some correlations that are surprising, and then leaves the so what to us, right? How can we interpret? Is that some discrimination? Is that a false friend? Is that, how can we interpret that? And with that, interacting with an AI, and explainable AI plays an important role there, that trust can develop over time. But that needs literacy. We are fearing things we don't understand.
So Didier, there is also one question, I guess, from the virtual audience that goes into your direction. And I think it's kind of a tough cookie. So the question is, what is actually the role of responsibility? So our role or the role of the AI's responsibility when we design an AI or AI process? Are kind of we the ones that should bring in responsibility? Do we expect the AI model, or when we design the AI models, to act responsibly? How can we make sure that responsibility and trust are basically always part in the process from the beginning?
Yeah, it's a hard one. I'm not sure I will have a complete answer for that. In the business we're in, I think the element of control remains very strong, which means that because of the regulation on the safety and so forth, any AI that would bring an element of black box, like what was said before, will not be accepted. And so trust, explainability, and the full control on what the AI can do, cannot do, is going to be part of the the framework, whether it's regulation or the contract we have. It's going to be in there. So that kind of, for the moment, manage this problem. Maybe later, if that loosen up and we start to make, we have higher confidence in what the AI can do without us controlling it completely, then maybe this question might pop up again.
So do you think, or don't you think that it may be actually a good idea to have kind of a cyborg strategy designer, or would you vote against that? Should we still kind of leave it in our hands?
Maybe.
Short answer from you, cyborg strategy designer, is that a desirable future or not?
I stick to the teamwork thing. I think we should be in the driver's seat and have an AI supporting us.
Yeah. What do you think?
Yeah, I think first of all we have to solve some more other, I will say, challenges before we think about a cyborg strategy designer. Yeah, so that sounds very science fiction, and maybe also make more fears, or sounds more danger. And then we are trying now to explain and solve, and so that's why, yeah, it's not my.
So your statement comes back to do your homework and make sure we have the foundations.
Yeah. But also trust is very important, as we already mentioned a lot, and then of course human-centered. This is also one of the layers we should be aware of the whole time. Yeah.
So I think when we try to summarize that, given also the timing, and I'm sure somebody here, both in the virtual room but also in the physical room, is grasping for some coffee. Maybe there is one thing that we can state. So It all sounds like the next level, the next step may actually be augmenting decision making with recommendations. Of course, not leaving the decision to the AI, but maybe augmenting decision making by recommendations from the AI. And I think actually later on we will have an entire panel on that, which is kind of addressing that question: can we make better decisions in any kind of industry, in any kind of setting, by using recommendations, using data, using insights that we as humans may not have? And how can we also make sure this is then used in innovation, but also in foresight processes? But this is not for our panel today. This is certainly for the next panel in the next minutes. And I know we're a bit ahead of time, but I would at this point say thanks very much for having you. Thanks for DDA in France. It was really interesting to see some of your insights. And I'm sure, of course, we won't share any confidential things here, but it was great to see what you're working on right now. And I'd like also to say thank you very much having you here, Claudia and Benno. And if there is a question popping up from the audience later on, I'm sure we can also, answer them in writing. And else than that, that was panel 1. Thanks for the great discussion. I think everybody grabs a coffee right now, and in 15 minutes at 11:45 Central European Summer Time, we'll be back with panel number 2, and panel number 2 will exactly answer the question, or try to answer the question, can we do better decisions with AI augmentation? Thanks so far.
Welcome back to the second panel of the day. In the next 75 minutes, we will discuss whether we can make better decisions with AI. This is what we're trying to discuss, find out, see if we find any new insights. Well, in particular, what I want to try to find out with my 4 guests today is how decisions are actually made within companies right now, what kind of information and processes are needed for that, where do we stand today, what is already possible and what is not possible. What kind of good practices do we see already and can present here? How are actionable recommendations, so something where I can really take a decision, how are they actually made and how can they look like in the future? And what are current challenges that we see right now and expect in the coming years? I'm very happy to welcome with me on stage here today Dr. Susan Wegner. She is Vice President for Artificial Intelligence and Data Analytics at Lufthansa Industry Solutions, working on making AI enterprise ready. Yeah. She brings with her the knowledge from the past at Deutsche Telekom and T-Systems, so it is quite some industry experience which we have here with me on the stage. Then we have 3 virtual guests, so this is the most virtual panel of the day, and we hope this will work out after some slight issues when connecting right now, and that's why we're a bit late. I hope now we are all here, and I see on the screen here we are. So with me I have Michael Grotke, who is the principal data scientist at GfK, and at the same time he's adjunct professor at the Friedrich-Alexander-Universität in Erlangen-Nuremberg. And he says AI is often just a buzzword. We need systems whose reasoning can be understood and trusted. Then we have Michael Burns. Michael is director at PwC, leading the AI and FinTech practice. He is a veteran in consulting with more than 15 years of experience. I think 17 is the exact number. On 5 different continents with a lot of different companies. And he also published a book earlier this year focusing on AI in financial services. And last but not least, my co-founder, René, is also joining us in this panel. He's professor of strategy at the EDHEC Business School in Lille. And he's keen on improving corporate decision-making further, but he's also skeptical about what AI can actually do today already. As before, we will try to engage the audience during the panel. So we will have 2 polls throughout the session, and feel free to ask questions in the comment box, and we will try to address them at the end of the session. Now, when we start, this is about decision-making within companies. During the preparation, I found a recent article of Wolfgang Wahlster, the former head of the German Research Center for Artificial Intelligence, and he said, deep learning alone does not suffice. Now, before we can actually understand that, and this is my goal for the session today, and before we dive into the underlying technologies, I would like to ask René, what are the aspects which actually need to come together for making a good decision? So what is really needed to make a decision before we can then discuss how AI might help there? So René, up to you.
Right. So I mean, in order to answer this question, I need your help to first consider, do you care about better decisions? So consider this for a moment, and even though I don't know you all personally that well, I would suspect that the majority of you says, yes, I do care about better decisions. And consider the second question, which is, am I doing something about it? Now, I don't know about you in this case, but humanity has really started to take a big interest in making better decisions after the Second World War. And there was one chief reason why a lot of research was funded, and that was to avoid any bad decisions which would lead us to a terminal nuclear war. Now, there's plenty of very important strategic decisions which need to be taken, and many of those are being taken under difficult circumstances. They might be complex, there might be time pressure, etc. And with all that research since the Second World War, we know a number of things how decisions are actually being taken. And there's three main factors here. The first factor is basically coming from evolution. So we have learned, not ourselves, but basically through selection in the past, how we should take decisions. And one of those biases which we have inherited in this way is, for instance, also the presence bias. You can experience this yourself when there's a very warm day and maybe an unusual warm day, then you're feeling there's something in this climate change debate which I should really deeply care about. And in wintertime, your interest might then decrease quite rapidly. Of course, here this would lead to very bad decisions if we would be then letting ourselves being led down that road by evolution. The second thing, it's learned. So we learn to trust, and we talked in the first panel already a lot about trust in AI. And the first people we learn to trust is our parents. So we learn to trust other people if other people give us advice. Later on, we learn to trust ourselves. And we don't learn necessarily to trust algorithms that early, which means that we have a strong bias to trusting people versus algorithms. I don't know how it's for you, but when I get a suggestion for a new song on Apple, then I typically wonder, is this algorithm influenced more about they don't want to spend that much money on my streaming, or is this because they really understand what I want to listen to? And I think the third thing, which we often underestimate, is that decision-making is also social. So it will always depend on a context. You might have experienced that going from one company to another. I've been working for tech-driven companies a lot. Decisions are taken often they are very systematically. Also the joy working with companies who are more market-driven. That's much more impulsive. It's test things early, etc. So it will be also context-dependent. Now, taking all this together, we understand how decisions are being taken in reality. And now the big question is there a huge potential for AI or is there not? Now, personally, I see a huge potential, and then there's a big but. The huge potential is coming from the ability to process much more data, involve many more people in the decision-making process, using decision systems or decision support systems, but also simply crunching a lot of data which you can never dream of reading yourself through. And the big but is really because all this decision-making is ultimately behavioral. So we have learned how to take decisions, and we typically like to stick to this. So if we want to bring AI to an important role into decision-making, we need also to unlearn some of the known ways to take decisions. And then I think AI has quite a thick brick wall to find a nice door through in order to help us with this enhanced and sort of better decisions, which would be AI supported.
Okay. Yes, thank you, René. So We have the evolution, the presence bias, which is one of the aspects you mentioned. We have learn and trust. We have the context information. Now, first of all, the question to the others, do you have anything to add here? Do you think, well, here actually I have an aspect which is missing, which should be taken into consideration as well? Or are we all in agreement that this is the way decisions are taken, and especially within companies? And I mean, if you look at the companies you're working at, is this how you take decisions? Are there additional aspects? Susan, maybe you first?
No, not at the moment. It's always a little bit complicated and really depends from the different units, how the decisions are taken.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, really mentioned the basic things.
Okay. Okay, so now if we all agree on the way decisions are actually made in companies, I want to turn to the technical side of things. And again, now I'm coming back to this quote or this article which I mentioned earlier from Wolfgang Walster. He concludes this article saying, and this is translated from German, so forgive me if it's not completely correct, a trend in AI is the development of hybrid cognitive systems that combine model-based methods with machine learning. Now, I am really not the technical expert here in the room, for sure. So I would pass this question on, or the statement on to Michael Grotke from GfK and the professor in statistics, and ask you if you can explain this a bit. What is actually meant by the combination of methods or model-based methods and machine learning, deep learning?
Sure.
Michael. Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, maybe let me step back a little bit and looking at the history of work, of research in artificial intelligence. When we look at the first phase, the cybernetic or heuristic phase, there researchers were trying to build an artificial brain. They looked at the perceptron, simple neural networks, and ran into certain problems with neural networks. And therefore, in the 1970s, basically research funding for this kind of work was cut, and researchers turned more towards representing knowledge from experts. So in rules, for example, in expert systems. And of course, then it was found in the 1980s that collecting these rules and codifying the implicit knowledge of experts is difficult. And thus the pendulum swung back towards work on neural networks. And here, more complicated neural networks like convolutional neural networks and recursive neural networks and so on. And of course, on the one hand, these more complicated neural networks were able to solve the problems that were encountered with the simple ones. But then on the other hand, we also had more and more the possibility of making use of computing power to actually train these networks using lots of data, big data, and actually working with these deep neural networks. And this is basically what we are doing at the moment. I mean, we have access to huge amounts of data, and we make use of that. But it's not really surprising that somehow we feel that something is missing if we only use deep machine learning and only try to learn from the data. And of course, there's certain problems with just making use of the data. On the one hand, the data might be biased or might not be representative or might contain things which are not really desirable and which should not really be learned. For example, when you look at experiments with chatbots like Microsoft's Tay, this was a chatbot that was basically trained based on the responses and the inputs it received from the humans. And within one day, it turned sexist and racist. And of course, Tay didn't mean to be rude, didn't know what it was doing. It was more like a parrot with internet access. But simply by being fed with the wrong data and biased data, it turned out the way it did. Now, secondly, if we have data, then of course machine learning is able to learn patterns very well. But of course, we know that correlation and association doesn't necessarily imply causation. And we all know the example, I guess, with data on the number of storks observed and number of children born, and their data sets for Lower Saxony, for example, for the 1970s, where you saw that these phenomena are highly correlated. And of course, if we only made use of the data and let a machine learning algorithm try to learn these associations and use that for making decisions and then maybe recommending to increase the stock population in order to increase the birth rates, would be misled. So making use of observational data, which we typically have available, rather than data from experiments, for example, there are certain things that the data alone cannot tell you, like what are the effects of a certain intervention, of a certain action taken that maybe might be recommended by the algorithm. So what would happen is something that you cannot see directly just from the data. And you also cannot see what would have been the effects of some intervention, of some action, if counterfactually some other event had occurred. So this is also something you cannot see from the data directly.
Yeah,
and therefore, it's necessary to use further knowledge embodied in models in order to make full use of the data. So to provide structure, for example, to correctly use the data, and to embody prior knowledge, which should also be taken into account, and maybe to provide bounds to the behavior of the algorithm, like with a chatbot.
Okay, so if I jump in here, having this article in mind, I think Professor Walster, he brought up the example of speed limits. A very simple example, where he said, well, actually, if you look at the data from cars driving around, you might find out that everyone is driving on a particular street is driving 54.7 kilometers or whatever it is. So by just looking at the data, you actually do not find out the rules which might be in place. Now, laws is one example, physical rules are another example. Now, my question is that in the current systems that we see, in the current AI systems, is this taken into consideration? Do we have these models built into the algorithms? Or is it just, in brackets, is it just looking at the data and then trying to understand, for example, what the average is and then do something based on this knowledge? Or is the combination of these two ways of looking at data, or looking at data and taking into consideration additional rules, is that implemented already?
I mean, let's say in many systems which are in place nowadays, these things are not taken into account. So quite often you have some deep learning algorithm trying to learn from the data. And then, of course, these further aspects are missing. But it doesn't mean that such technologies do not exist. And there are certain examples which should be made use of. So, for example, using models which model the causal relationships and to employ techniques and tools for causal inference. So basically this would mean that you start out with a question like, what would be the effect of a certain action taken? And then, of course, this would also give you an answer to whether you should recommend this action. And in addition to that, you need a model, like a graph, which shows you how different variables interact with each other. So which variable is the cause of another variable.
Right.
And based on this, you can derive recipes on how you can estimate the effect that you are interested in, if this is at all possible.
Good.
And only then you use the data in order to actually estimate the effect.
All right, thank you, Michael. Now, I think we've now have a basic understanding of how decisions are made. We have a basic understanding of technology, underlying technologies and systems, and where we are today. And now, it's always good to have a good practice or a case from the industry. So that is why I would like to hand over now to Susanne to give us also an example from Lufthansa Industry Solutions, so that we maybe can understand it better how AI is already in use for making decisions, supporting decision making.
So I brought with me, and we can show my slide.
There we go.
Yeah. No? I skipped that because we already had the introduction. I'm going right away into the examples because I brought more than one example.
Yeah.
And the discussion before shows a little bit, and I will come to it because for some of these cases, we not using one technique, but we are using several techniques and we are combining them and using different kind of data. So this is the cases I have on this slide are all from our cargo, so it's Lufthansa Cargo, and the workflow from Lufthansa Cargo. And within this workflow, we have already several artificial intelligence use cases. And when I start with the network planning, as you can imagine, you have to forecast what are the routes that are most profitable and where we have a customer demand. So that's the case for the network planning. So first case. Second case is to predict how the booking level will be in future. So to know for all the planning, which are already booked, which are short-term bookings, and so on. Second one. The next one is about the pricing. So we have two things here to estimate the future prices. And we implemented something like a small price chatbot that automatically responds to requests from the customers, and it's already implemented. Then we have the next station when the goods are coming to, for example, Frankfurt, and you have to know that you have a window of 3 days where the customer can come with their goods. So there need to be someone at that time when the goods arrive to take the goods, to control everything, to store the goods. So what we are doing here is that we predict for the next 3 days the time when a special good will arrive. And then we are able to make an optimization of the workforce so that you need less people and have only the people you really need at that time. And for that, what we are doing here, and I mentioned it before, is that we are taking the historical data, we are taking the bookings, and we are taking the current bookings together, and we are doing 3 models. And each of these models had around like, it differs a little bit, like 90% estimation effort. And we are combining that to have a much better estimation. So from combination of all the 3. We have other cases, not in cargo. We are doing that with 10 different approaches. Same data, but 10 different techniques, and then looking at the failure of the estimation, picking the one that's at that moment the best one. That's a good acceptance. Then the weighting, and here is you have to know that the price depends on the weight of the goods. And normally you are not able to weight all goods. So you're taking 10%. And normally you pick as a human the 10%. So what we are doing since 2 years is really saying what kind of goods the colleagues should pick there to get like a higher revenue, because you know from the historical data a little bit where are your customers that are probably not so nice, and so on, and other data. So that's the 10%, and the final one is again a prediction how many goods you have and how many goods you need to load to your airplane at the given time. So these are all cases. It's everything concerning decision support, decision taking, and it's running all the 6 cases. I picked only 6. They're all running on one platform so that you have really a scalability here.
All right, okay, thank you very much for sharing this. I mean, it sounds to me, at least, it sounds like quite a sophisticated system, so very interesting, which leads me immediately to the question, what were preconditions that had to be met before being able to build up these cases?
So one precondition is always that you have to work very, very close with the domain experts. Mm-hmm. So you can have, as data scientist, all the ideas you have, but you have really work together very, very close with the domain experts. And then from the beginning, you always have to think about operation. Mm-hmm. Because doing POCs, doing MVPs, you can do all the time, mm-hmm. but bringing it really into operation, running an artificial intelligence system for 2 years, yeah. And that's really the challenge, and that's for someone like Lufthansa Cargo. So that were the main challenges. Then you have the normal ones, that the data are not as you expect, that you have to see what kind of techniques you need, mm-hmm. and don't think you can solve everything with deep neuronal networks. You can combine things. Sometimes you have to go back to very simple approaches that work much better. So you have to be very, very flexible. Okay. And you have to be aware that you take like 80% for more the data engineering and data quality part. Mm-hmm. So that's not really new. And only 20% for the data scientist. And you not always need fancy approaches.
All right, good. So thank you very much. And this is actually a perfect transfer to a little poll, which we want to do right now. Because what I would like to do is to engage the audience here a bit and ask at this point, are you using data and AI in a similar way to Lufthansa within your organization? So we have kept the answer simple. So it's either a yes, we have something similar. There's a no on the far right of the poll. And then there's an intermediate thing there saying, well, we're not doing it as intensively as Lufthansa Solutions is doing it, but we have some sort of data and or AI-based systems in place. So now, while we give the audience some time to answer these questions, I have one follow-up to the previous case.
Just to mention here, because we are working and we will have that in future, something where we will have it on our website, something like this, but much more complex, mm-hmm. called AI readiness check.
Okay.
So that's very interesting.
We didn't build the most complex model now for this little poll here. But coming back to the case, you talked a bit about preconditions. What would you say? What were cornerstones really, where you said, well, now we are on the right track here. Now we're getting somewhere. And on the other side, also, what kind of challenges still remain?
The challenges. So the cornerstones is always technique is one thing, but sometimes, especially. You have to see that we are doing right now for all our customers basically everything in the cloud. Yeah. So you have to convince sometimes internally that you really have to go into the cloud. Yeah. That's one thing. Then you have to really convince a little bit that the results the artificial intelligence will bring are really a benefit for the business. Mm-hmm. So you always have to do a business case, a benefit case. Mm-hmm. So in my slides, I didn't brought it with me. I always have like, you save this and this cost, you have that and that. Mm-hmm. That's very essential to convince it. And not in every department, they are really open to new technologies. Okay. That's more the overall cultural thing. Concerning the technologies, I'm very lucky because I have really a great team. So from different sides with different experience. Yeah. If you go then into operation, you have to be very careful how you retrain the models. If you do it automatically, you really have to see when to retrain or not. So at the beginning, we did everything automatically. That's not working. Yeah. We really have to control it and say at that time, and because of this failure, we have to retrain. From time to time, you have to retrain, but not all the time. Okay. So that's very essential. So the operation is in a way more challenging than the implementation. And the next thing is what always makes me crazy that everyone wants to have their own platform and own system, and then you really have a mess.
Yeah. Okay, good. Thank you very much. So now, before we show the results, or while we show them, Michael Burns. Now, I have left you out of the conversation for a bit so far. Now, I know that in your recent analysis, you had similar questions, again, more complex than the 3 answer possibilities we had here. But what kind of picture do you expect now? Or if we see them, does it match what you found in your study? Michael Burns, are you with us?
Based on the discussion that we just had, I would say that from the study, if we can just show the results in the background, I provided them. So we go along the same dimensions where on one hand, we have the availability of data as one of the key components. This is more around not whether the data is just at the company, it's more about if it's centrally stored, so the data scientists can actually work with that without any major hurdles. But then we have the skills in terms of hiring the right people, availability of people, and then we have things like data privacy. Looking at the entire survey results with the 150 experts that participated, we found that some of the larger firms are much better prepared, particularly around data privacy, where some of the smaller ones are struggling in that dimension just because it takes a very long time to actually get to the bottom of getting an answer to certain use cases to really determine what's relevant for the firm. And given that I've been working on major AI engagements for the last 7 years, mainly around financial services, but also healthcare and government, these are kind of universal hurdles that we see. But part of the survey was also to get an input on the global level in terms of which countries do you see ahead of the curve there. And maybe it's not too surprising. I had my own work in AI also in Asia to see China leading the way there, but then also some trickle-down effects to Singapore and some other Asian nations from that perspective. So if an organization really wants to start with AI, to start with the topic, and to kind of come to actionable insights from that perspective, it would be good to really assess it along a pyramid. I don't know if we can put this in the background. I've been sharing this ahead of the...
Michael, wait a second. Wait a second. So first, if we show the results once again, which we have from the Mentimeter. So here, this was really not right now the question to our audience, which we have in the live stream. And there what we see is that, well, there's only 13% which are doing it in a similar way to Lufthansa Solutions. Then, well, roughly 40% are doing it somehow, but not as sophisticated, and 48%, and this I find quite high, are saying, no, we're not using any AI in our organization. So now, Susan, is this surprising for you?
A little bit, because we have internal and external customers, and what I see in a lot of companies that they already have a lot of cases running, probably not in such a workflow and for all the planning situations, but I was really surprised that it's so high.
All right, now the N is not really very high, so and we don't know what kind of companies are behind this, but still it's an interesting indication. And now, Michael Burns, now I'm coming back to you. I mean, you work with PwC, is working with clients around the world, as we said before. So if we look at that and your experience in the field, and now I think we also have the slides which we can show from you, can you explain to us why data and AI will play such an important role in the future? So what do you think? Why is it so important? And the actionable recommendations which you already touched upon, how can they actually look like? How do I have to imagine it if I'm a manager sitting there and I get something? How will it look like? do I get a text saying, well, you either do A or B, and the result is C, or do I get a huge graph? How do I have to imagine that this might look like?
So starting with the first part, why is data so important? I mean, I can quote here from Kai-Fu Lee's AI Superpowers, a great book that I hardly recommend to anyone looking into the future in terms of Silicon Valley, but also China. Data is one of the 3 key components that you need to get ahead in artificial intelligence. The other 2 are computer power, and we can talk about grid computing systems, we can talk about Hadoop, Spark, but also the whole infrastructure around this. And the third part being the skills and the people. And when we look at China, for the reasons why they are leading in the subject, we can see that they put a lot of effort into investments in infrastructure, their 5G network, for example, on the grid computing, on many different components. But in the end, it's a race to who has got the best quality, most complete data set, and how aware are you in terms of what you've got, and how good are you in building partnerships in terms of the missing pieces? Yeah, how good is a WeChat and building partnerships with some financial organizations in the West to complete the customer profiling? Yeah. I don't want to go into too much detail on this particular component, but if you ask me about the actionable insights, it would be good to just briefly go over what I call the AI pyramid. If we could just have that as a background from the slides, that would be
I think
great.
we're working on it right now, so bear with us a second. No, there we go.
Excellent. So let's say when I shifted my career, after 10 years, I shifted my career 7 years ago towards AI. And I was working in the insurance industry, but also banking on AI use cases. A lot of customers at the time, when you were working for some Silicon Valley-based firms, they were coming to you to say, I want to build an AI use case. These customers might still exist, but what I see right now, and we heard this earlier from Professor Grote, is more, can I solve a particular business problem, and I leave it to PwC or the firm to figure out whether AI is actually the right thing to use for this particular case. And this means when a customer wants to start on this journey, the crucial thing would be an awareness on where are they in the pyramid. Are they still at the bottom, kind of figuring out what data to use? Is it that they already have completed all the data and can now start on the pipelines, on the infrastructure? Have they started their first kind of few experiments and more advanced use cases than to go to the deep learning? And this year particularly, it's an awareness that you don't need to use deep learning for all of the use cases. We talked about it earlier. It's more a case of maybe using some explainable AI, particularly dealing with regulators, particularly dealing in situations where you have to explain the results. It's great if you have good results in a black box with high accuracy and a high automation rating. But what you really need is the things that you can transfer across divisions. We heard earlier from Lufthansa in terms of getting the different stakeholders involved in different business units. So you need to have something that can really talk to everyone involved in the chain, but then also have the awareness of where you are as a firm. And so depending on how good your data is, how good your infrastructure is, how many experiments you've run, how you've gone along with the culture, it might not be advisable to jump in with the most complex use cases just yet. Maybe start small. So first is always the readiness assessment. I don't think we have got something on the website just yet. We have something else which is around responsible AI toolkit and some other forms around this to kind of get this to life when it comes to assessing companies and their readiness to go for use cases. Just the last insight based on the study, we found some of the largest financial institutions had run more than 30 different POCs in AI, but only putting 3 of them live. So kind of this journey from I start an experiment here and I bring it all the way to production has many hurdles, and these hurdles are the ones that we discussed earlier, but also knowing the organization inside out in terms of having kind of a captain's view in terms of which block could you hit some days, some weeks, some months down the line if you don't solve it now. So this is kind of like the foresight in terms of the understanding of the organization that really gets you to a higher chance of bringing the things that you've tested in the lab towards production in the end.
Thank you, Michael. Now, you have also touched upon regional differences before. So you mentioned Asia. Now, picking up this again, this aspect of regional differences among, well, the world, basically. What do you see there? Maybe I turn this to Michael Grotke also, having you in mind there. What do you see there?
Yes, definitely. I absolutely agree that there are differences, and not only with respect to investments, but also with respect to the willingness of people to accept AI being used. And I guess in China, there the willingness to, well, have some kind of surveillance mechanism in place and AI being used is much higher than in Europe, where people are very reluctant to be subject to something like that. And of course, also GDPR and other things are trying to respond to that and to establish rights of the people who are faced with such decisions made based on their personal data, for example.
All right, thank you very much. I think this is also the perfect transfer again to a second poll, which I would like to do. For that, again, please go to menti.com and use the code 5251122. It should also be in the screen right away. Now, this time, I would like to ask, and I think it ties back to what you just explained, that what are the most severe challenges for using data and AI for supporting decisions in your organization? And what's interesting there, again, we've tried to keep it easy. First one is there's no usable data available, so we simply do not have the data. The second option is there's a lack of a rational or logic or evaluation algorithms. So I might have the data, but I don't know how to do something with it. And the third one, which you just mentioned, Michael Grotke, is lack of transparency and trust in AI and data analytics. So while we wait for our audience to answer these questions on menti.com, I would like to pick up, especially the aspect of what are the current issues that we see when I get something for example, from the Lufthansa platform. I get some results, I get some recommendations. If you now think of situations where this was somehow not accepted or not followed, what were the reasons there why people said, yeah, well, the AI or the data might say this and that, but I'm actually doing something else. So what's the issue there? Maybe I jump to René now first.
Yeah, that makes me think about a discussion I had once with head of the planning unit of a major energy utility, which I interviewed about how they take decisions about building new power plants. And then he shows me this very complex slide, and there's all kinds of factors which we need to take into account and so on. And then I asked him, okay, so what is then the results of this model given this one power plant, which needs to be now decided soon? And he says, there we work more with the fundamentals. So there we look at how many households, how many. So you realize that, when it comes to these high stake decisions, and a power plant is one of those, there's also a lot of legal battles, political battles, and so on to fight. You recline all the way back to the things which you have done before, which have worked. And I think this is the big challenge. And I see sort of the land going in cases like we have seen also from Susan, where we say, here's actually a lot of saving potential. And this is close to sort of the operational decisions rather than the strategic ones. Mm-hmm. And that's how you teach management to start trusting systems who give you answers. Mm-hmm. When it comes to these very high stake strategic decisions, I had also this interesting discussion with somebody from the automobile industry who said, we're actually predicting how many pieces we need to produce around the world, and these pieces go into all the major OEMs, and we need then to take the decision whether or not to build this factory. Then this again falls into then a more known pattern of real option planning, maybe not building the factory yourself if you're too uncertain, rather than crunching more and more data to get closer to a prediction which helps you in that decision. So I think the big challenge is always going back to this need to build trust, and the trust is often more in people. It's more in your own experience, and it's only then in the third step something which you trust because you have more data.
All right, good, thank you. Yeah, so if we look at the results we have from our little poll now again, so this is how it looks like. So 4% say, well, there's no data available, so that's not many. I would imagine that some years ago this would have been very different. Then 59%, so the large majority, says, well, we have no structured data available. And 37% say, well, there's no rational, there's no fitting algorithm in place to actually do something with this data. And now again, as before, I would like to ask my 4 panelists here, well, what do you think now? Is this surprising? Is this something you would have expected? And here maybe I give it back to Michael Burns, since you've done your study as well. Does this match somehow what you've seen as well, what you've experienced?
Yes, I mean, from the study, we had about 69% saying lack of available data, and I would count the structure and the accessibility within this. So yes, it's shifting to the right. Yeah, the data is there, but it doesn't help you from a data scientist point of view. If the data is somewhere in the organization, you kind of really want to get to it quickly, have it stored centrally without spending weeks or months finding out, oh, this other department also has something on this, or you could enrich this with some external data and so on. So I feel this is kind of within the survey range and within the trends that we've also seen. Of course, it would then depend on the industry. Some industries have other data requirements from a regulatory point of view, such as financial services, which was in the focus of my study. But I can see that being applied to other industries as well.
All right. Yeah, Susan.
And just to add it, because Claudia had it about the homework, you need to do your homework.
Yeah.
And the thing is that the management and everyone is looking only at the shiny cases. and the shiny cases are great. And then you have the first case, you can do a business case, everything fine. And you forget what you really have to do. You have the ground nasty work to prepare the data, to have a platform, to have everything available. And that's for me the major challenges, because it's very difficult to have the business cases for such a platform for the overall company availability of data. And that's for me the greatest challenge, because every tiny unit is only looking at one case, and with one case you're not able to really argue that you need a platform. You really need it for the overall company. Not one, you might have a few, but not 50.
Yeah, all right. But I also have one more thing in mind, which I actually wanted to ask, and it was coming up in the first panel as well, which is I think you called it in the first panel, it was called alpha males. So let's leave gender out of it, but people who have a very strong opinion, leading to intuition also. So how does intuition fit into this whole decision making here? Intuition, and I would include experiences there, because I would argue, well, intuition probably is based on experience that you've made in your earlier life. So how does this tie into the whole discussion here of using AI to support decision making? Now, yeah, Susan, you have something on mind immediately?
No, I'm just thinking about what René said before, because it's very essential to have the trust.
Yeah.
And what we did in not Lufthansa Cargo, but Lufthansa Technik, that we have what we called an AI makerspace, where every business unit can come. They can do like a POC, within 2 days, they can have a coffee with the data scientists and the data engineers. They are not paying for the 2 weeks, but if something is coming out, then they have to pay for it.
All right.
And that's very good because you give something like a honey to the business unit, so they get the 2 weeks, so you have everything a little bit connected, not everyone, but a little bit, and from there you can really scale.
All right, so that's trust building, understand that, about this intuition aspect, any thoughts from the other speakers which are with us virtually?
From my side, and I'm not a data scientist myself, but I've led big teams in data science. I've always felt that it's an art in the science. The art part is the intuition part, where yes, you can kind of come up with the best algorithm and all of this and run endless tests, but it's kind of like the feeling that it's a person who's done that before develops, and that's kind of really the intuition that you mentioned, based on past experience, a gut feeling, something that you can't really teach at university, and this is coming then from really the exposure to other industries, from other cases. And when you kind of talk about the alpha male, it would be nice to have a bigger pool of applicants to choose from. But in Germany, at least, I feel that machine learning and data science is still a relatively new subject. You can hire a lot of people with like maybe up to 5 years experience, but if you go towards 10 or 15 years, you're looking outside, then the pool is richer and maybe a bit more balanced on gender, race, and everything else.
All right, Michael Gottke, then, I turn this question to you then, also from a technical point of view. This intuition, which I now have in mind and experiences, how can it be implemented from a technical point of view into such algorithms?
Well, I mean, on the one hand, it's related to what we said before, that somehow expert knowledge might also be an input to such systems and not only the data. And I think on the other hand, also to build the trust and to make people accept decisions, the models should be able to show how they came to a decision. And I guess that's a problem nowadays with the deep learning models, where we have thousands or even millions of parameters which are learned, and where it's not really clear why a certain or specific decision was made. And you also don't know then exactly what was used in the background in order to come up with a decision. So is the system non-discriminating and fair? And of course, these are things which are also stipulated and made requirements for trustworthy AI systems. And for example, it has also been shown that in certain systems, simple typos might lead to different decisions. For example, when it comes to decision about parole for convicted people. And of course, that is also highly unfair if these things are in the end used and you as a human don't even know about that. And therefore, some work that's being done at the moment is about explainability of such black box machine learning models. And I mean, there are techniques, for example, when it comes to convolutional neural networks, which try to classify pictures to show what are the relevant areas that basically led to a decision. And I mean, this might show you if you try to classify polar bears and brown bears. And if you should see that what's being used is really the surrounding, because you might see snow for the polar bears, but not for the brown bears, then of course, quite obviously, the system is not doing what it's supposed to do. Okay. And on the other hand, there are approaches trying to approximate the behavior of machine learning models, for example, with local linear approximations, or also with some more sophisticated and more general approaches. Which can then give you some understanding of what's happening in the background. I mean, of course.
Right, so,
yeah.
I think here we have a question from the audience which might fit in here quite nicely. So, someone was asking, what about thinking in new ways in plausibility instead of acting with probability and experience? So, could you make something out of this question? Maybe back to Michael, because you were answering this. I think you were on the way of answering this.
Yes, I guess when such approaches, like using a surrogate model which tries to approximate what's happening, can show you how certain variables were used in making a decision, how they contributed. This is something that might help to show what's going on. And therefore, it's not just giving you the final probability and saying this is what came out of the model and was used for the classification, but how did the individual features and variables contribute to this decision?
Susan, you agree?
And it helps because we have one use case where we are doing a natural language processing for comments of passengers, and there we are using LIME. So the explanation what kind of words are the algorithm is using to put things into categories. And that's very interesting because we showed that our customer, our internal colleagues, and from there, for them, it was much easier to understand and to accept that, even though it was only for some of the data set, but to really building the trust and giving them the transparency how things are working and why this comment is put into category, I don't know, beverages instead of whatever.
Okay. Yeah, all right, thank you. I have another question here, which I'm not really surprised that this is coming up, since we have someone from Lufthansa sitting here. Now, the current situation with the pandemic, that we, in a positive way, we might understand that as a robustness check for what you have in place as a data system. So, did it hold in the end? Did it hold? Did it work for the current situation as well, or were there some unexpected results which were really surprising?
See, that's the reason why I took the cargo example, because for cargo it is easy because the business there is running quite well. But for all the other business, it's very, very difficult, as you know. you cannot really do the forecasting there. We still do it in some cases, but it was really a challenge, and we really have to retrain the model several times.
All right, and this then again leads perfectly to another question which is coming from the audience, which was, are data patterns from the past really useful for the future? And I think this is again something which I would pass on to Michael Grotke as the first one to answer.
I mean, it really depends, we also made some analysis of data now before and after Corona, trying to predict sales online and offline. And of course, I mean, certain models that were trained in the past and that probably showed a very high accuracy in the predictions might have failed miserably. On the other hand, I mean, we were able to see that even using data from the past and using the right input variables and the right features would indeed already have helped to quite early predict the decline that we saw for brick and mortar stores, and on the other hand, to predict the increase in sales that happened online. So, of course, the problem is when you evaluate the model and you look at the fit, then a model might work well in a certain time frame, but it might not generalize to what you see otherwise or afterwards if there's a structural break.
All right. Good. Now, I'm looking at the time here a bit. We don't have much time left for this session. So what I would like to do is ask for some final statements from each one of you. Each one of you has 2 minutes, and I have 2 questions for that time. The first one is, what do you personally expect from AI for supporting corporate decision-making in the coming 3 years? Will decisions be better? Will they be worse? What is it that you expect? That's the first question. And the second one is, what is your number one advice for any company that wants to move into the field and become more digital using data and AI for decision making? And here, I think I start here on site with Susan.
So the first is, I'm really convinced that the decisions are getting, I wouldn't say better, but more valid. That you have more like a because it's based on some data, and I'm just thinking, especially in Corona, the models are still based only on some data, not on all the data we have in the world. So you always have a little bit of luck, so it's more valid. I'm really convinced that we will have that in future, because if you see that in some companies there's one person that is taking the decision, you really have more valid decision if you use an artificial intelligence. And the next, what I see in the companies and how to get started, do proof of concept, and start with the first cases. Concentrate on cases that really are, I would say, the easiest one, that bring you direct business impact for your core business. Right. And from there, really scale, do the next case, but don't forget the ground floor, like the data quality and the platform. Don't start with that, because that will not bring you into the future, but start with cases that are your business priority cases.
All right. Good, thank you very much. Then I would pass on the same two questions to Michael Burns. So what's your personal... Yeah, go ahead.
Personally, when we kind of reflect upon what we've seen during times of COVID, but also based on the economic circumstances, we can see that there's a tremendous shift onwards in terms of higher acceptance of sharing data, maybe giving up some privacy for the greater good, and then coming to better insights and better decisions. So for me, I'm kind of seeing this in Asia, but also US, there's no question that we come to better corporate decisions. And then as a second point, number one advice for any company, I would really add on from what Susan said, in terms of picking out the right use cases is crucial. But I would add a quote from Shakespeare, which is, know thyself. That means the more you know about you, your organization, and the surrounding, the more chance you have to figure out where are your gaps. It's kind of a game of weakest link, if you want. You can come up with the best use case for the business, but in the end, maybe you don't have access to the data, or you don't have enough of it, and it doesn't fly. So it's kind of like this kind of feeling, this knowledge in advance in terms of what could stop me further down the line that should help you to make the right decisions in terms of the most relevant use cases to really bring this topic to fly.
All right, thank you very much. So then I would pass it on to our other Michael in the line, Michael Grotke.
Yeah, let me start with the main recommendation, maybe.
Yep.
I would say when you try to build such a system that provides you with recommendations, involve the internal experts and your customers as early as possible. I mean, this will also lead you to focusing on the right use case, but it will also already give you feedback whether the results make sense, whether the way they are presented makes sense and are trusted. And it will, for example, also show what you should provide in addition to the mere recommendation, like evidence underpinning that, or some explanation to why a certain recommendation was given. And I think that in the next few years, work in this area will continue and provide us with further results. On the one hand, explaining black box models, but on the other hand, there's also the recommendation for high-stake decisions not to use black box models, but to use simpler models which can be understood per se. And this basically relates also to what Michael Burns said, and that somehow in the end, we don't have to use extremely complicated models, and it doesn't always have to be a deep learning, machine learning model, but something that's simpler might do as well, and might even have advantages that you cannot have from a neural network.
All right. Thank you very much. And now, last but not least again, René, what are your thoughts on this? Personal expectations and number one advice from your perspective.
Right, I love these statements because it's always the moment you can be provocative. I think the most provocative thought would be, why don't you sell your company now? Because you would be just too slow to compete with Asian or American peers. And why I'm saying this, I mean, we're working with companies around the world. And what I'm seeing sort of in Europe is still very much very linear understanding of how I should approach innovating on AI and helping decision making with AI. While in Asia and in the US, they often let go of this. They say, okay, all data will be put in a huge dump. Little engineers left and right, they can play with it. Don't go live with it, because then we need to check, of course, compliance with laws and so on. But start using it and start sort of building the case. I think we are, on contrast, often work so long on the business case that the opportunity has already passed. And we don't have this agility of saying, we need to have these processes of figuring out the business case, of seeing whether it's feasible, of cleaning the data and so on, all in parallel. And I think this is what will be key to keep our competitiveness alive, is that we move to something which is more real time, where we have more access to data across the organization, where some systematic cleaning of data is happening, and where then the existing sort of algorithms which start to work are then shared freely and across different functions. And I mean, I dare say in 95% of companies which I talk to, this seems like very far away, this type of working.
All right. So thank you very much. I have one last question from the audience, which we will not answer in this particular session here, but I think it's a good transfer again to panel number 3, which will start at 2 o'clock CEST, which will be about democratizing AI. And the question I got here was, or it's rather a task which we got, is define better decisions. So what is better? Better for profit? Is it better for mankind? Better in a socially responsible way? So I think this is something which we will touch upon in the next panel, as I said, starting in 1 hour. So please tune in then again. And for now, it leaves me to say a big thank you to Susan, who was over here. Then Maike, I think you joined from your holiday, so thank you very much for that. Maike Gottke, also thank you very much for joining from your library. And finally, René, also joining us from the EDHEC, as we heard before. So thank you very much for listening. Hope to talk to you soon. And
great meeting you.
Should be there in an hour.
Hello and good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to our AI-enabled Tech Foresight Summit. We are very delighted to have you back again. I hope you all had a nice lunch and a good coffee break, and you're ready for kicking off this afternoon together with us and our esteemed panelists for the first session. So this panel is on what we called democratizing AI. So what I'd like to say is that this panel is a bit different from the other panels that we had. So in the coming 75 minutes, what we want to do is that we want to broaden our perspective on AI and look at what an AI-enhanced society may look like in the future. We believe that AI is not only a technology which affects businesses and management practice, but it also holds the potential to fundamentally change the way we live our lives and we work. With this panel, we want to shed light on political, economical, social, and technological aspects of AI. At the same time, we want to adhere to a fundamental truth of foresight. So the title of this is AI and Foresight. So we want to do a little foresight exercise. And the truth in foresight is that the future is fundamentally open. I read a quote by the contemporary German philosopher Richard David Precht, who says that whenever humans are involved, and that's actually quite often the case when you think about it, the future is not predetermined. So there's always different scenarios possible, and one should be prepared for each of them. More importantly, we humans believe, and I think we are, agents of change. So we have a say in defining what desirable futures are, and we're also able to shape them. And that's, I think, also a reason why we come together in these settings. So together with my esteemed panelists here, we want to explore different futures, different possible futures today. We want to look at the tipping points which determine where we are headed. We want to look at the levels of change, and we also want to understand what organizations can do actually to prepare for the road ahead. So this is also supposed to be a discussion a little bit. So like in the previous panels, I would also like to address the audience and ask you to send us questions. So I'll have the questions here on my iPad, and I'll be happy to address the panelists when I see fit. So it is my pleasure today to introduce our panelists here, and I'm also happy that we are, I think, the only panel where all the panelists are actually on the stage, which is also quite rare in these crazy times, I guess. So first I have with me Vanessa Ken, who's the acting managing director of the German AI Association. She's a political scientist by training. She was a political advisor for Fortune 500 companies and is still involved in mentoring startups and in women in AI communities. She says, and I take your quote here, AI technology will shape the future, and a founder-friendly environment is needed to be innovative in this area. So welcome to you. Second, I welcome Tanja Jovanovic, who is the head of technology and innovation management at Bayern Innovativ. She holds a PhD in innovation management. She's an expert for business model innovation, digitalization, and innovation tools. And you, Tanja, you say, with the rise of AI, it's time to rethink innovation management. So we'll see whether we can shed light on this. And then last but not least, I welcome Bart de Witte, who is one of the leading experts for digital transformation in healthcare. As a medical AI activist, he founded the Hippo AI Foundation, the first global NGO for open source-based AI in medicine. And he says AI in healthcare can help to solve inequalities, but only if it is built as a common good. So welcome, Bart, and I'm looking forward to hearing what you have to say about this. So let's embark on today's journey on this Foresight experiment and explore different future scenarios for an AI and enhanced society, as I call it, in, let's say, 2030. So we first look into a dystopian view. We agreed on this also, and it also doesn't mean that it's your personal opinion. You just try to explore what a dystopia could look like. So the question here would be, what would the world look like in 2030 if things with AI go wrong? And after that, we'll look into utopia. So what would the world look like if everything goes right? So let's start with a dystopian view and take a slightly more positive route towards the end. So first question to you, I start with you, Vanessa. What would the world look like in 2030 if things with AI go wrong?
So it's a difficult question because, of course, I can't really look ahead either. But what I think is important to understand, AI is a tool. It's an instrument. And it really depends on how we use AI. So it can kind of be in the interest of society, but on the other hand, it can also be in the interests of single people or of single companies. And that's exactly what I think about when you're asking me about my dystopia. Then I think what we can see right now is that we have a couple of very gigantic tech companies right now in the US, especially, and in China, who are developing AI already. Some of you might actually have it in your living room. Some of you might be using their cloud. And by doing that, you're providing them with more and more data. So you're providing them with the data they are using to even improve their AI and bring out new products. And that's, you might be asking, why is this now a problem? And I think from a European perspective, this is a very, very big problem, because when we look at it, kind of if these companies are the only companies that are in the end the ones that can provide quality in AI, and those are the ones that bring out a highly qualitative products, then we might only be in the front of the decision of using their AI or not using an AI at all in the end. And from an economic stance, of course, we need AI because that's something that's really going to provide our future. If we want to really have a prosperous industry here in the future, we need AI as a tool. And on the other hand, of course, it's the question of, do we really want Chinese and also American companies to decide on our values that we have? Because in the end, AI will decide a lot on our decisions, what decisions we make. And we, in a black box system, we can't even look behind how has the AI really come to this conclusion? Why is this decision made that way? So we'll just probably follow the decision, and this decision might not actually reflect on our values as a European society. So I am very scared, I guess, in a way, of having this dependency, and I think we have to be careful about really developing our own AI that also enforces our European values.
Very good. Thank you. I mean, I don't know whether it's very good, but I think it was very interesting indeed. Tanya, what's your dystopia? How would the world in 2030 look like?
Yeah, well, I think the answer to this question has to be differentiated from the perspective you have on AI. So most of us see AI from a very technological perspective. We do see it from a social perspective as well, but also from political dimension is playing a role here, and of course economy as well. And what we can see now is rather a very fast technological development of AI. And I think that the social dimension or social debate is not as fast improving as the technological dimension at the moment. So I think that we will have, speaking of a very black future right now, a very fast-forwarded technological developments that are not paired with what society wants, that the resistance in society may rise through that. So it's not accepted in a broad range in the civic population. And we also might rush into, let's say, a more negative connotation with AI, speaking of deep fakes or something. So will we know in future if something is right or wrong? Will we know if we are ruled by AI or if AI rules us? So this is a quite important question that we now have to answer, and that we now have to get into debate with social, political, and technological skilled people.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Tanya. Bart, what's your take?
Yeah, I think you can't predict the future, but you can start building on a different foundation as today. I think there is a very, especially medicine, foundation that is not related to where medicine comes from. It means that we monetize data, we extract data for economical value, and we privatize the knowledge we extract out of the data and create a kind of scarcity to create economical value out of that. As a consequence, that means that each single layer of my experience, my activities, perhaps my thoughts that become data to a Neuralink brain-computer interface become extractable for economical value. And that will reshape quite a lot of our fundamental rights that we have, that will create a very asymmetric relationship between private organizations and individuals, and that would lead to a world where inequalities would further keep existing. And I think AI can benefit society more, but if we don't change the fundament of what we are building on today, this fundament is based on data monetization and knowledge privatization, then we're going to end up in that dystopian view that I just described.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. I think we heard about different aspects of society that you laid out, of technology also. We heard a bit about policy, not so much. Maybe we can expand on that a little bit. What do you think? I mean, the title is Democratizing AI. So obviously it's about where the knowledge is, who has the knowledge, who has the power to decide things. What in your world that you were picturing, what do you think would political systems look like? Which political systems does it favor? The world you pictured?
I think there are different, I think it was well described in the book Life 3.0 about the different forms of AI, and I think China is connecting AI with government dominance in that sense and control. The US is driven by capital, and we are talking about ethics. So, and perhaps we find our way to create policies that are really truly keeping our democracy alive. And I think there will be different kind of futures. We already see that on the discussions between Chinese apps that are being banned out of different states because of the access of data. And I think we need to create policies that defend especially our fundamental rights, and that should be the base of everything what we build AI on. Because at the end, as I mentioned before, a lot of these AI services, not only are privacy, but a lot of these services will, like Article 35 in Europe is the right to healthcare, Article 3, the right to integrity. There is also in Article 3 described that you can't clone your body for economical purposes. You can't sell your organs, but if you can't sell our organs, why can we sell our DNA? So there is a lot of questions that we need to ask on a policy level that are connected to that.
Okay, we'll come to the choices and the decisions that need to be taken.
Well,
also
starting with fundamental rights.
Yeah.
I think the question is also, will we have a nationwide solution for AI, so speaking for Germany, or will it be more in a European-wide dimension, talking about, I don't know, AI platforms on a European level in order to keep on with Chinese movements, with Chinese initiatives in this field?
What would then be the dystopia for you?
The dystopia would be that every nation does its own thing. So no collaboration, no transparency among the governments. I think that would be false.
And maybe to add on, I think at the moment we're talking, especially in the European Union, we're talking about a lot about ethics. We don't really know where we're heading, where we want to be heading. I think there's still a big vacuum on a decision kind of that has to be made, and that's leading to a lot of insecurity also for our companies. So I think that's actually the basis for us not to be heading into any direction of dystopia, kind of having a regulation that enables us to be innovative, that gives us the guidelines to really use the data, but also have the securities when it comes to like data privacy, data security. I think we just have to be clear on where we're heading, and politics really has to guide the way and think about the steps that the technology is making. So right now, I think many politicians are actually looking at maybe 2030 as the guideline. So often that's a problem because we're looking too far ahead, but we don't actually know what's going to happen until 2030. And I think often we have to take it in smaller steps, and that's very difficult for policymakers in the European Union to just give it leeway sometimes and still regulate step at a time, and it's good that we're having these discussions, but still we have to go ahead.
Okay. Okay, very good. I see. I mean, you really want to, bring out the recommendations already, which I think is good and helpful. We'll also come to that in more depth for sure later after we look at what can happen if we don't get it right. Okay, but I think we elaborated on this in quite an interesting way. Now let's turn the page and look at the really positive view. So utopia. What would the world look like if we get it right? If we make the right decisions, if things go right, and what would it look like to you, Vanessa?
Yeah, I think it's basically building up on what I previously said. I think it's really finding a European way. So having a sovereignty in the European Union is very important in that sense that we really have to work together. I think all this national, even sometimes regional way of trying to regulate AI and finding ways to push for innovation is often too small. So we really have to think on a larger scale. We have to really bring everyone in the European Union together, put aside any nationalistic behavior right now, and reflect on what we want to do with AI. So I think that's basically one of the main issues, how we can push forward for European regulation. I think we need a lot of new thinking when it comes to education. We still don't have enough software engineers and so on. So I think we really have to educate children in school from third grade on and so on becoming educated on AI and how they can build AI. And I think then we are really able to solve the problems of our time. When we really discuss this on a European level, we can solve questions such as climate crisis or even wealth distribution issues or even education education differences. So I think it's definitely the way of thinking. We just really have to create it ourselves and have this discussion in society on how we want to use AI.
Okay. So in your utopian view, people are well educated. They understand what's going on. They are able to take decisions regarding AI. And AI will also be able to solve these problems that you're mentioning.
Yeah, and I think also that the state really has to push towards using AI for societal reasons. So when it comes to climate crisis and so on, so a lot of issues that right now are not really looked at because they don't have an economical value. So I think we really have to invest in those from a societal perspective. So with state funding too, and and look at how we can use AI for these purposes.
Okay. Good. Thank you. Tanja, how does your utopia look like?
Yeah, I agree with Vanessa. I think from my perspective, I'm as innovation manager. I always tell companies when you try to innovate, keep in mind what value does your idea have for the customer. So this is the most important thing, to know the value of this idea for the one person out there who will buy it and make it an innovation. And I think this is also the main question that we have to keep in mind when talking about the future of a good future of AI. So what value does it have for society, for politics, for economy? And when we have found an answer to this question in a debate with everybody, then we will have a light future, let's say so. And I hope that AI will have, in an utopian view, will help us to solve problems, as Vanessa said, will help us to be more innovative, to help us with health issues, to be a benefit for us as society. And it's just to say AI is the way of creating value in a digital world, but also seeing AI as a partnering between a human person and the technology that is behind it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I have a quote here which I think fits quite well. It's from Ginny Rometty, former CEO of IBM, who, Bart, I think you know because you work for IBM also. She said, "Some people call this artificial intelligence, but the reality is that technology will enhance us. So instead of artificial intelligence, I think we'll augment our intelligence."
Mm-hmm.
You subscribe to that?
Yeah.
In what way do you think can AI do that?
I think this is a perspective in order to say, hey, this is a technology that can really help us, that won't replace us as humans, that won't replace our decisions or what we are doing in our workplaces today, but which will help us to become better. And as I assume, this is maybe the sense behind this quote. And in this way, I can subscribe to it.
Okay. Good. I think Bart is really eager to say something.
I'm still having to describe my dystopia, but I kind of want to defer that. I think that humans, to err is human. Humans make mistakes. And I think especially in medicine, there are a lot of mistakes that are very biased, that have to do with specific interest. I think that machines, when created well, can create better decisions or can perform better decisions. So I think augmenting is always nice as a policy or as a quote or as a tagline for a company. To say like we're going to augment, but I think we will see a lot of automation happening just for the reason because humans make errors, and we need to eliminate these errors. Because in hospitals, patients are dying from human errors. And I think that to eliminate the human error on decision making is one of the goals of AI, but then we need to as well describe what is then value. And I think we should then reconsider what is the differentiating factor between humans and machines. And humans have things like empathy. Humans are things that are in the process of care, medicine, really important, but are not valued today. So I've been advocating since 5 years, we need a billing position for empathy. So, and can doctors compete on empathy? Because if the baseline of the decisions is going to be equal, how do people going to differentiate themselves and create economical value in that sense?
Okay. Very good. I have a question from the audience directly that I want to bring in. I think it refers to what you just said, Vanessa, to your utopian view. It says, how can a European system exist besides other ones, such as the Chinese or the American system?
Well, I think they always can. So at the moment, they're actually existing parallel to each other. So I think it's not a question. Of course, we're living in a global world, but still, it's the consumer in the end who makes the decision. So I think at the moment, we're actually seeing that in China and the USA, these discussions on ethics they're coming up right now. So I think they didn't come from nothing. So these discussions are. Of course, there's reason for these discussions because the problems behind it are real. So, of course, the Chinese and US governments are also realizing, okay, so somewhere we will have to discuss the question of ethics. And I think actually that might actually be one of the USPs that the European market can develop, that we're kind of 2 steps ahead, at least when it comes to this decision. And I think it's a question of what the consumer then in the end wants. So if they want a very quality checked autonomous car and they can be sure that it's kind of checked by TÜV and other institutions beforehand and they know it's secure, then they might go for a German-made car or one that's developed in the European Union. So I think it's basically, in a capitalistic system at least, a question of what the consumer wants in the end.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. So we have a dystopia, we have a utopia, we have aspects of that. Do you want to add?
Well, I didn't say my utopia, but because you went to the question, but I want to come up. My utopia is a European utopia, so we can combine these 2 elements together. Because I think there are ways that in Europe we can differentiate ourselves, and I think we need to. If you look at China, there is billions of funding, there is capital, and there is 1.4 billion people. There is data. So on these 2 elements, we can't compete. The US, there was a lot of capital, there was tech leadership. There's a lot of talent. On that, we're not competitive as well. But what we have in Europe is a lot of values in that sense, and I think we can create standards, as you said, that are differentiating ourselves. And perhaps in medicine, the standard is to mandate everybody who develops AI service in healthcare to make the algorithms completely open and open sourced. So there is no way that people can differentiate themselves with owning a black box or kind of privatized AI model that is deciding on human lives, where we say, like, in Europe, this is part of our digital commons. Digital commons could be something like Wikipedia is a digital common, but we could create other digital commons that are accessible for companies and industries that can build with it, just as in open source software development. And if you look at Europe, there are 35,000 medtech companies in Europe only that have less than 50 employees. They all create local jobs in local cities. We don't centralize things in monopolies, but I like the idea of decentralized companies that create local jobs. That's what Europe does really well. So how do we let these companies collaborate? And then we need to define open standards. We need to work on things that we share. We need to work on the same principles as open source and not look at AI as being something that somebody as a single company owns. It is part of our society. And I think if we can establish these open standards, it's going to be very difficult for Chinese or US companies to enter our markets, because that means that they have to open the algorithms when they want to sell their products.
Okay, so you bring in this aspect of openness, of open data, also of sharing algorithms to don't have the proprietary data and systems. That's what you also see as a utopia, as something good.
That is the only way, I think, if you talk about democratization, the democracy, the modern democracy was created by Lincoln, and he said the democracy is for the people, of the people, and by the people. So if we want to create AI that is democratized, that the only way to do this is do it in a way that is not serving economic interest, but it's serving the people interest. And that can only be done if it's disconnected for economical interest, as open source is.
That's your utopia, very good. Okay, thank you. Thank you for drawing these lively pictures of the future. I think we had several minutes to do that now, but of course that's when you do foresight. That's of course the interesting thing, to explore different futures, different extremes, and trying to understand, you know, where things can head, to then later also think about what needs to happen to get there. And this is what we'll also do after involving the audience at this point. I would like to understand whether the audience is rather of an optimistic or pessimistic audience that we have here today. So we would like to engage you now, please. You also know that from the other panels we had before. Go to menti.com, enter the passcode, and please vote on the question, which scenario do you think is more likely? I think we heard bits and pieces of both. You can add to this also a little bit in your own head, so to say. The utopian view, do you think we're headed towards a very good future with AI, or rather the dystopian view? So I would open the voting session, and we'll see the results coming in and can also comment on that. But meanwhile, I think we have a little bit of time until the results are coming. Meanwhile, maybe your personal opinion. What do you think are we headed for right now, as things go right now? Who wants to start? Tanya, you are.
I already mentioned, I think we are heading with the billions of investments towards that privatized AI model, where other companies and other regions are leading. And I think we need to educate a lot of people to rethink how we are going to build AI in our society in Europe. I think the direction today is quite clear. It's going to lead to monopolism and oligopolism in the same sense as we saw with the search industry, which used to have search engines in each country, and now there is one single search engine for Europe that 92% of the population uses. So that's the direction we're going. A network effect, scaling, all these things that are typical for these platform business models.
Yeah, that's a clear opinion. So this is where we're headed, in your opinion, right now.
Yeah, my opinion. Yeah.
Yes, sure.
Yeah, I can add to that. With doing research with, for example, SMEs, we see that there's a big lack of know-how concerning AI and this technology, and how future can look like, what value they can have with using AI, with just talking about it, thinking about it for their own business models. And I think this lack of knowledge, the lack of adapting the educational system to it, or the system we have in universities, is quite moving us towards this dystopian view that we're talking about.
Okay, so it's my pointed position to now say why it's an utopia we're moving into, because of course otherwise I wouldn't probably be in my position as I were. So what I'm seeing is, of course, this monopolism. So I do agree in some sort with what you're seeing, but I also have a lot of hope, because what we're seeing right now is a lot of companies that have started. We have politicians that have understood AI is a big topic. They're moving in that direction and really are thinking about how to regulate, how to provide a perfect platform. And also, I think what is actually one of the most important things to say is we have actually the perfect basis on what we can work on. So we're great in like basic research. So we're renowned all across the world for Fraunhofer, Max Planck, Deutsches Forschungszentrum für Künstliche Intelligenz, just to say a couple of names, which are very renowned. It's just a question of how can we educate them in a way on having an entrepreneurial spirit, and to really have this drive of seeing how they can put products and services onto the road from what they're actually researching on. So I think that's one of the great bases that we're starting on. And another one is, of course, that we have a very large industry here, be it like all those SMEs that you've been talking about that are getting interested at least in AI. I think that there's still a long road with the SMEs to go. But also, of course, a lot of corporates that are renowned all across the world, and Made in Germany is still a certificate that's really known and liked, and everyone buys Made in Germany because it's just a sign for good quality. And I think it's just a question of how can we get these companies to really see the potential of AI and transfer it for them.
Yeah, I agree with you that the fundamentals are there, of course, and we have a lot of potential in Germany. And now is really the time to say, okay, we will shade some transparency in it. We will go into education. We will move fast forward with that. And I think we have to just a little bit hurry up with the technological developments, and then we will have the chance to come into an utopian view. Yeah.
Okay. Very good. What I really like about this discussion now is, and I think it's also reflected in what we see from the poll, that it's pretty equal. I mean, although we are talking about two extremes, we see it's pretty equal. So we have 57% for the utopia and 43% for the dystopia. I think here was 2/3 rather in the dystopian direction and 1/3, so to say, in the utopian, though, of course, what became very clear also in the discussion, and this is what I particularly like, is that there are lots of ifs, obviously. So it's always, we are in a good position, but we need to do things. Or we are headed in this direction now, but that doesn't mean that we can't change it. So I think this is the agency we also talk about, where we really can do something. When you look into your communities, because I think we have different views here, obviously, utopia, dystopia, both is in the audience. If you look in the communities you talk to, can you spot, the organizations or people that are rather in the utopian category and the others who are more in the dystopian category? Can you say, startups are typically here, I don't know, politicians are typically there? Is there some pattern you can see?
The startup model or the business model of delivering services for free and then collecting data and then monetizing that data in a different way is like the Russian proverb. There is no single cheese that is free. The only free cheese is in a mousetrap. No. And I think a lot of these companies are mousetraps. They offer service for free, you just collect data. And I think there is a very good documentary now on television called The Social Dilemma, which really describes the effects of that business model that created the attention economy. And I think everything what is related to this business model where we are the product and we lose our rights as users, but we are blinded because we get free services, is for me leading to a more dystopian world. As we can see in social media, as we see with all the problems around democracy and these tools or platforms that are uncontrollable.
Okay. Vanessa, you come across with very different.
Yeah, I think I can add on that on the political side, because you were talking about politicians. I think on the one hand you have those that see, okay, we can really try and get to the top and nothing's lost yet. And you have those that are more, I guess, scared about what AI can do to our society and so on, so see more the negative side effects from AI. I think that's like from a political view. And then from a startup perspective, I think you have those that have had a lot of hiccups finding capital, a lot of problems also finding clients here in Germany, and that are now, especially when they're thinking about their next company, launching their next company after the startup they're in, they would then kind of think about going abroad, and that's something that I see, very fearful in a way. So I think we still have to really tell our founders that they have to stay here. I think with Trump and also with Chinese kind of the China escalating in a way when it comes to AI debates, I think lots are actually, especially in research and also founders, entrepreneurs are coming back to Germany right now and seeing the more profitable sides of it and seeing at least that their values are being kept here and are being reflected. So in a way, I think all the polarization we're having in the world, especially around AI, it has a lot of side effects too that are positive for the ecosystem. So a lot of them are really thinking about founding here, researching here, and so on.
Okay.
A question between how do you, startups are sometimes vehicles for investors to go for an exit. And if that exit leads then to that vehicle being owned by these companies that have that business model, how do you want to avoid that? Because it's always nice to talk about startups and having these ideological utopian views, but every investor and every startup that has 100 million of investments has expectations for these investors.
Yeah, I think that's a big issue because what we changed, I think, in Germany is that it's very easy now to get like the first capital. So Aufbaukapital, whatever it is in English. Yeah, so it's like early stage capital. So it's easy to kind of get your early stage capital now. You have programs like Exist and also some in like different states that are really helping a lot of founders to just try themselves out, start their company. But when it kind of gets to a later stage and you need, especially in AI companies, you need a load amount of money, you really have to look abroad to China or to the USA to get your money. And I think that's a problem because right now we're kind of investing state money and not really getting the fruits of it. So collecting the fruits in the end that we're actually planting in the beginning. So I think that's an issue. What I think how we can solve it, I think in a way, is also there's a lot of state capital that's being invested in AI now. So we have 5 billion with now with the Corona strategy too. So 3 billion in the beginning with the AI strategy, now it's 5. But we're seeing that this money is really being invested more in research institutions and in big corporates, but isn't really going to the startups. So I think we really have to change that in a way that we're subsidizing also innovation and innovative products and not only like the very established players right now. And I think that's where the state could really change something when it comes to having exits to the USA and China. Yeah.
Very good. I see we're always inclined to bring out our recommendations, which I think is perfectly fine. I mean, that's also the way we usually think, I think, but it's nice that can also take you a bit on this journey of drawing these extreme pictures. But thank you for this, let's say, extreme utopian, dystopian view. Now I think me and the audience are also interested in your personal view. I mean, obviously we have the experts here for understanding what the future could look like. So what do you personally think the world in AI or the AI world will look like in 2030? Vanessa, you want to start?
Yeah, I think it's basically what I just said already. So in a way, I think the monopolies are a threat, but we have a lot of like positive side effects with even industry. I think the SMEs in Germany, for example, they have to become more open towards AI. So what you were saying earlier on, I think that's a really valid aspect. So a lot of SMEs right now, they're discovering, okay, there's this topic of AI, they don't really know what it is. So some of them are getting educated on it. And I think there's like 3 stages where we're losing the SMEs in a way. So it's like the first stage of them not even knowing what AI is. Then there's those that are interested, might even start a pilot with an AI company or with a consultancy and so on. So are starting to try themselves out. But the problem is also, especially because these SMEs are so widespread across Germany, that often they don't know how to bring in the resources in the end on how to really bring the talent to Hinterfutzesbach in a way, and to really transform AI on a long-term scale. And I think that's one of the biggest problems, because in the end that's the SMEs are what makes our economy so big and so well at the moment. Yeah.
Okay. How will society look like, do you think? So one thing I have in mind, the future of work is something that is being discussed a lot when it comes to AI. Will it replace all the workforce or not? Do you see anything going on there?
Well, I think when I have this startup view on it. So when I look at the startups in the ecosystem, in the AI ecosystem, most of them, like 90%, are B2B startups. So they're working with the industry here, SMEs or corporates especially. And what many of them are doing in the industry 4.0 field, so kind of transforming the workplaces in a way, it's basically changing the work-machine interaction, I would say. So it's not replacing the people, at least what my view on it when I look at the startups, it's not replacing the people, it's more like working together, people and machines. So I think we still have a long way to go on that, and also changing the perception in society often that's very negative on working together with machines or AI kind of replacing them. That's not what I'm actually seeing. I think it's more that new fields are coming up because of it. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, and I think we will have to get more into a rather diverse educational system here in order to get to this vision. Because I think that, let's say, so traditional jobs will change in a bit. So we will become more interdisciplinary in our tasks, in our daily tasks. Of course, all jobs correlated with data will be more important. So this is something that has to be already started now into school. I mean, what does data mean? We have to educate our children, we have to educate our students in order to be able to understand the broad perspective and the broad possibilities we have with data and with artificial intelligence in future. And so if we start now, and this is like one of my opinion, as I'm a rather optimistic person still, that we will have a good chance to have a very diverse future that helps, where AI helps us to become better in certain tasks.
Okay, thinking about the topic of this panel, the headline, democratizing AI, where do you lean? Would you say AI will benefit many people, or it will be primarily used by some, which can still be good or bad? What's your take on that?
Well, of course, I hope that it will serve all people, especially in branches or in fields like medicine or education systems, because I think, as Bart said, this is the purpose of technology and of AI, to serve the people, and I hope it will build the future that I'm optimistic for, but I think that we have now the power to decide what future we will have. And this is a debate we have to have with politics, with society, with economics, on a European level. And this is a hard debate, but we have to go through it.
Okay.
I want to be a bit more positive now.
What's your realistic picture?
So, no, I think that it's not as evil as I mentioned before, because I think we are waking up and we don't want to repeat the same mistakes as we saw with the social media or search industry, because we have seen it that if we don't act and don't build our own things, that we will get colonized by others in that sense. So my utopia is really that we create a system where we work on shared collaboration and shared vision. We saw that during COVID, people started to share data, create open data projects, because we had this joint enemy. And when you have a joint enemy, people tend to go and walk into the same direction to destroy that enemy. So we need a shared vision. And that is not made in Germany, sorry, that's made in Europe. And that is about our shared values. And I think if we can build a vision for healthcare in my direction, that we say like, okay, let's connect this, for example, to the Sustainable Development Goals from the United Nations, where we say we want to destroy health inequalities. What does that mean? Well, health inequalities can't be solved when you have information asymmetries. That's Joseph Stiglitz's theory, we won the Nobel Prize for. As long as you have information asymmetries, you will go into having inequality. So in certain domains, we need to decide what we want to do. Do we want to create $1 trillion industry out of that? Or do we want to create something that is a social good or is part of our society? And I think we can use that technology for in the same way for building something that serves everyone. But then we need to go in that same direction. And what I see now on a European level, when I look at there is a guidelines for trustworthy AI that were developed by the European Union. There were 3 components. One is lawful AI, the other one is ethical AI, and the other one is robust AI. If you then read the final paper, then there was written in one sentence, this paper doesn't handle the lawful AI. And then I said, like, okay, if this is the paper from the European Union, why do you want to exclude lawful AI? Because that's our fundamental rights. So I think we need to be really strong and more emancipated and not get influenced by lobby companies from other regions, which is happening really strongly, and emancipate ourselves and really define what is it what Europe wants. And there is no vision on that. There is a vision on the green agenda, perhaps. There are very clear goals, but there is no vision on what do we want with AI in healthcare, what do we want with AI in pharma, because AI can suddenly develop drugs. in 2 days? Do we want to create IP that is protected by 14 years when an AI can do that on a push of a button? Like, these are the questions we need to solve. And then we think our economies around that framework.
And you think we will solve them?
Well, I'm trying to do it myself because I don't believe that much in politicians anymore. So I created an NGO, and I said, like, if there is a Dutch guy that was 16 and started an NGO to clean up the plastic out of the ocean, and I said, like, well, perhaps I can do and build an NGO to create open source medical AI. So I think there are a lot of ways to solve problems, and that is not always government related.
Okay. Very good. I have a question here from the audience, to all of you maybe, for your realistic view. Will people choose to stick together according to their nation state or geographical bloc, like the EU, China, US, and so on? Or will they choose according to their preferred tech? Apple, Huawei, etc.
Should I?
That's a great one.
Yeah, it's a great question, definitely. I would say it's definitely down to the best tech. So I think especially there's the product Gaia X that you've probably heard of, and our stance on that is always to say, well, it has to be at least as good as different infrastructure. So if we can't hold up to AWS and Google Cloud and so on, then it will be difficult for people to decide based on their value just to choose Gaia X. So I think it's basically, it comes down to the people will choose what the best tech is, at least in the masses. So I think we have to provide quality, but still I'm sure that there's a lot of people that, especially if we have this debate more and more, and I see that it's coming, so I think people will really decide on if the values of their values are reflected.
Actually, it's a sad question because it already shows how locked in we are in technology and how much we have to work on interoperability to get away from a lock-in, which was something in the IT industry that you had by law that you needed to be interoperable. I remember the discussions between Microsoft and others on open standards, which comes back to my topic on open standards. But I think that somebody taught me a while ago, I was lecturing a group of Chinese, and China is not well known for being open in that sense in our culture. But then I had like 55 medical doctors, and I explained what I was doing with my NGO and open sourcing it. And they just had the same feelings against Alibaba and privatizations. And I suddenly feel that we humans, we are more connected to each other than each of us is to our governments. So I think by creating communities that are having shared values that go cross-border, perhaps cross-European, we can connect. And that was kind of the promise of the internet and communities until then it was redirected in terms of the interest of investors or shareholders behind it. But I think it's a very interesting question, but I think we need to create communities with shared values. And it used to be the church, then there came countries, then there are corporates, and what we can do with self-organization in communities on the internet, which was the big promise. I think we can work in self-organized modes away from being organized by someone.
Okay, so you believe maybe there will be another dominant organizational form, so to say. So it will not be nations, will not be companies necessarily.
The United Nations, I don't know. SDGs are a form of values that we want to create, which are formed by the United Nations. So it is going in that direction in a sense. But
yeah, I think it depends always on the vision that you have with this. So you were talking about vision previously. So if we have as companies or networks or communities a certain vision that keeps us together, then I think this is the main question that we have to solve. Building like digital ecosystems across Europe or around the globe is a question of the vision you have, of the shared values.
Okay. Good, so we try to paint a realistic picture, which is obviously, well, also building blocks that you throw in, where I think we get an idea of where we might be headed, and in particular also you started talking about, I think also a lot about, what we call tipping points. So what are the inflection points where things get decided, so to say. But I want to still add this round for the tipping point or the levels of change where you can maybe in a quick round say what are, let's say, the 3 or 4 tipping points where you say in the next 10 years, these are the points where it's going to be decided whether we move towards a more dystopian or more utopian view. You might think of regulation, you might think of what businesses do, you might think of what the society is doing. You want to go first?
Yeah, sure. So I think there's basically, when I think about this question, I guess there's 3 challenges that I see right now that we're facing, and I guess those I would describe as the tipping point. So on the one hand, I was talking about capital. So I think there's still not enough capital for innovation, especially for like new ideas, not corporate-driven ideas in the European Union, also in Germany. So I think we have to allocate and be bold enough to really also from the state side to really grant funds to startups, to new ideas, even though it might mean that these firms might go bankrupt in the next few years and then the state money is kind of gone. So I think that's a perspective that the state is taking right now. It's too scared to invest in new ideas because we don't know what's going to happen with it. So I think on that side we really have to be bold, especially when we're looking at that so many companies are now having their exit in either the USA or in China. So how we can kind of have this homegrown ecosystem. The second thing is an ecosystem in general. So I was talking about research institutions. I still think that many research institutions aren't really interconnected with everything practical. So we really have to have an entire ecosystem where our basic fundamental research that is kind of well funded and is great, standing there quite well, how they are interconnected with companies, with young startup companies, and also with corporate SMEs and so on, so that we get like products and services onto the road, because that's one thing we're not seeing in the fundamental research right now. So yeah, it's still a gap between what we're talking about from the basic research side, and that most of it isn't on the streets yet, and we have to change that. And then the third thing is kind of reaching out to SMEs especially, and having them open up, be bold, trying out new things when it comes to AI. So often they just stick to the way they've been running their company the last 50 years and aren't really open to changing things in the company. I think in the English language, there's actually this great definition between, or distinction between digitalization and digital transformation. And right now, especially through Corona, I think we're standing at digitalization right now. So we're seeing that a lot have really digitalized their processes, have transferred them to like the digital age. But what we need is really thinking processes completely new, and that's where AI often comes in, kind of just disrupting and thinking processes new. And I think that's the direction a lot of SMEs have to be heading. And there's a lot of great innovative companies out there that are willing to help and that know how to help these SMEs, but we're still seeing that they're not very open to startup culture and not really interconnecting too much with innovation culture.
Okay, very good. So you think these are the things that need to happen. The question, of course, is how does it happen? We'll get to that, I think, towards the end, where we really say, okay, what are the recommendations? What can we actually do about it? But these, you think, are the points that need to be gotten right, so to say. What do you think, Tanja?
Well, I agree with all of your points. I may add that I would like to see more kind of an understandable language of AI for SMEs, for startups, for people who try to understand what it actually means for their daily lives. So talking about translating the technology into society, making it more transparent in order to also recognize the value we have from AI. So this will lead us to a more positive way of thinking about it. I also think that we are having a lot of very good researchers here. We have a very profound research base, as you said. And what is really kind of missing, or what I see in daily business, is the transfer from this research results into practice. So into really what can an SME or a startup typically do with this research results? How can they create innovation together? So research and practice. And I think you can't only find a solution by putting more money into it or higher funding, but there always needs to be someone like a translator or someone who takes really like the mediator role between research and practice. And I think this is one important aspect too. And a third point would be, of course, talking about politics. I would like to see a little bit decrease of bureaucracy in funding programs or in this ways of helping, because we have some efforts here in Germany, some initiatives, but they're still very bureaucratic and I think too lazy for the technological development that we're facing right now.
Okay. Now that's interesting. I think I realize also that the points you mention are in a way optimistic by themselves, because many of the points you mention are, how can we increase the speed of development? How can we make sure also that startups get the funding they need, bureaucracy, less bureaucracy, so that companies can flourish, etc. What I would like to know is, is this truly positive outlook? Do you think it's coming by itself, so to say? Or do you think there needs to be some political guidance or some guidance from somewhere else to, that pure development by itself, unregulated, that it really becomes a positive vision?
Well, I think it won't happen if there is not, let's say, some pressure from startups or for SMEs from society. What I, for example, saw in the last couple of days was a platform that was initiated by the federal government called Civic Innovation Platform that, I don't know if you're confirmed with it, but that wants to put together experts in the field of AI with people who are engaging in social innovation. I think this is one wonderful idea which helps those people from different backgrounds to come together to work on a certain purpose together for a certain innovation. And I think efforts like these, where it's rather uncomplicated to join the platform, to work together, to get some money for it in the first steps, this is, for example, a very good example of going into the right direction.
Okay, now, good point, thanks. Bart, what do you think are the main tipping points to get to?
I'll go back when I'm allowed to that regulatory thing. I think what it's a difficult question because on one side I compare like Germany invented the MP3, but who monetized on the MP3 was Apple, because they understood how to put MP3s into a new business model. Yeah. And sometimes I feel that in Germany we have so much regulations that MP3 would only be allowed to be sold in a local record store. And selling MP3s in a local record store doesn't create any efficiencies. And that's what you said. We need to have liberties to redefine our processes. And sometimes I feel this with AI, that only a doctor can make a diagnosis by applying AI. And it can only take place in a doctor practitioner offices. And we had the same discussion 100 years ago when it was about fever thermometers. Do we give a fever thermometer to the patient? Is he allowed to measure his fever? And I think we need to open up ourselves in a bit more. And I think regulations need to create free room in that sense to allow technology to deploy and create maximum benefits in that sense. On the other side, that's what actually happened in the US, and we see in a lot of senses, but quite a lot of these free rooms that were there now leading to other consequences. So it's really a difficult question. Coming back to your tipping point, what might be surprising for everybody, like there was a tipping point in the image recognition AI research space, and that was 2009 when somebody created from IEEE the ImageNet large database file with 50 million tagged labeled images. If you look after 2009 in the published papers, you see an extremely exponential growth in published papers on image recognition because suddenly there was data. And now people think there is data in healthcare. We don't have ImageNet in healthcare. We don't have ImageNet for breast cancer. We don't have ImageNet for prostate cancer. We don't have global data sets that are representative, that could be used by a community. So I think the tipping point for healthcare would be that we create global data sets, and that's what I do with my NGO. We collect money, we collect data. We want to build these global data sets, but we want to license them in such a way that the knowledge extracted out of it stays open and is not privatizable. So that's for me a large tipping point when we create accessible data for startups, for SMEs in Europe that can build the AI models based on that data. The other tipping point, and that's a bit more futuristic, I think if you look at AI research, the biggest jumps were always a surprise. Like we now see GPT-3 from OpenAI, which is as 165 billion data points. Like it's the largest neural network. Last week I asked it, can you write me an essay from 10 sentences on digital health? And it starts writing an essay. This is for me a tipping point. Suddenly you see a huge jump in computing power, building somebody with a neural network, and it does crazy things. And now there is this huge community that is now building on GPT-3 that creates very new things. So I think these tipping points will always come very surprising in a sense, and that's what it sometimes does. So we need to think about as well, what is that consequence when we create super intelligence, which is a topic we're sometimes not allowed to discuss. Like what happens when we create an AI system that is capable of answering questions that we didn't even ask ourselves. And then I come back to the foundation itself. So I think the tipping point is about creating democratic movement to create access to data, creating access to computing power. Gaia-X is a good progression, but I think we need to work on quantum infrastructure in Europe. We need to work on our own IT-based systems because that's going to help us to create tipping points. The GPT-3 model is sitting on a Microsoft infrastructure that is nice, but we need our own infrastructures. We need our own infrastructure layers. And so I'm really glad that Gaia-X, although it's very German-driven, is happening in a sense, that we create some Airbuses for AI in Europe.
Very good. I like this idea of creating tipping points. We usually see tipping points as something needs to happen or will happen, will not happen, but creating tipping points give the idea of this agency. Back to the discussion now. I think I really like that. Okay, very good. So in this final part now of our session, I would like to put the audience center stage again. First with a poll, and then with your recommendations to the audience. What are they supposed to do now to get prepared? But let's start with a poll. We have a second poll, and we have now talked about a utopian view, a dystopian view. We have building blocks to that, and we have talked about your realistic view on things. And now we would like to ask the audience, so go to menti.com again, enter the PIN code, and vote. The question is, how prepared is your organization for the three scenarios, which we have fragments of, but I think everyone can think about it. If things go entirely wrong, if things go right, and if we land somewhere in the middle in a realistic view, how prepared do you feel your organization is? And while we're waiting for the results, maybe a question to you, the companies you're working with lots of companies and so other organizations, how prepared do you think are most organizations for the different scenarios? Startups, prepared for utopia, for dystopia?
Difficult to say. Well, I'm working especially with AI companies, so SMEs in parts, but also especially startups. And I would say that they are quite well, of course, AI is their daily business, so they know the material, so it's not about defining AI or how can you use AI for your business. Those aren't the questions I think our audience will probably have. It's more about how can we really build up our company here in Germany, and I think the challenges are still varied. So on the one hand, kind of finding capital that I was talking about, finding customers is still a big issue. So I think it's kind of partly that the ecosystem is still lacking, and because the ecosystem is lacking, because not all the players are open to working with AI, that's what's making AI startups' life difficult sometimes.
Okay.
Well, I'm working mostly with SMEs, and of course every company is different, so I don't want to speak for all SMEs in Bavaria, but I see companies that are really challenging themselves, that are thinking about new business models, about how to, for example, data-driven business models, but I also see companies who are not thinking about it at all. So there's a wide range of possibilities there. And I think it also depends really on the transparency aspect that I mentioned previously, on the educational aspect, but also on the fact that to create some vision and to make sure how can they survive in this really digital world that we have now and that will increase in future, and how can they adapt their business model to it. Because what I always tell them is we're now in an era of disruption, and the business model that worked 20 years ago maybe won't work in 20 years far from now. So this is a question that has to be dealt with.
Okay, I see the results coming in. We see that, well, how prepared are they? Mostly prepared for utopia, though we see the two hills, so to say. So it's a very diverse picture. Some feel they are not prepared at all. Some feel they are very well prepared. And less prepared for dystopia. But differences are not that big, I guess. Right?
How much is it?
That's
in 28. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. 31 to, well, hard to read. Yeah. Okay. So rather prepared for utopia than dystopia. Well,
good.
That's, I think it might be a little bit of a bias in the audience also that's interested in that topic. Very good. So now, really final round of your personal suggestions here. I think we talked about it a little bit, but if you now want to address the audience and tell them, okay, if you want to become prepared, you know, you're in a company, you're interested in the topic, obviously you're working on it probably. What are the things you should be doing now to become prepared for the future that you see? What would be your recommendations?
I think, well, that's a good start. That's more than many others do, so I think that's great. I think probably first step would be educating yourself, especially speaking with experts on the topic. So what I often see is that it's a culture clash between startups and SMEs, and I know that's problematic, and I know that the startups also have to open up and change their culture when speaking to SMEs. So it's not only, it shouldn't be only in the hands of the SMEs to say, okay, we're too dumb to understand this. That's not the case. It's kind of, we have to bridge the gap between these worlds. But what I think what they can do is kind of get people on board that know the material of AI and that just walk through their entire daily life and processes and just look and say, okay, you can change this, you can change that. And I think it's actually getting a lot of impulses and being open. So it's being open and being bold in some way. That's half of the task at least. And and thinking processes new. So it really helps to get, I think, different pairs of eyes on the topic and just being open to what they say and what they would change, and taking looking at the numbers, because I think that's one of the most convincing things about AI for SMEs, and I don't know what your experience is on that, but I feel that most of the SMEs are really convinced by seeing the numbers behind it and seeing, okay, this really there's more in the bucket at the end of the year than when I'm not using AI. So it really can transform your culture, but it can also just save you a lot of money in the end.
Okay. What are your top recommendations for companies out there?
Yeah, on the one hand, I would recommend speaking about AI, I would recommend to look for best practice examples, so to learn from what others did and maybe to make it better. I would engage in networks and ecosystems that are existing in Germany. We have a wonderful innovation ecosystem that helps SME startups to become more innovative and to make a use of that and to increase their competencies. So working in interdisciplinary teams to make use of the funding of the educational system we have from different sources to educate themselves concerning AI. But on the other hand, speaking from an innovation perspective, I would also what I do recommend is to know where they want to be in 10 years, to know their future vision, their goal, to talk about the value they want to reach with their customers. They want to to broaden the perspective in order to know whether AI is, as you said, the right tool for the certain SME, or it's maybe something different. I mean, it doesn't mean that AI will solve every problem for every company in this world, but maybe it's a different technology or a different tool. But the main point is to be aware of your own goals, your own perspective, and what value you want to reach as a company. So this 2 point of views.
Good, thanks, Bart.
Well, what I do with workshops is really try to imagine all the possible futures and what AI is going to have an impact in 10, 15 years from now. I think if you think about automotive, what is the impact of fully self-driving cars to your business model? I think that's already been done, because then you need certainly customer interaction on a mobile phone, you need to order shared services. So there is a lot of things that are going to change. I do this with pharmaceutical companies, and it's like, what happens if suddenly in 10 years an AI is going to diagnose? What is happening with the value chain behind that? Who is deciding? And these automated services that perhaps will only happen in 5 to 10 or 15 years will completely transform. And then I use this Horizon 3 model, and I go in the third horizon, then you go backwards from Horizon 3 to what are the building blocks you would need, the skills, the competencies, the core components to be able, in that world, what you imagine, to be successful. And if you don't have the data, if you don't have the clients, if you don't have the skills, if you don't have the organization, because mostly what I see is an organizational problem. It's not so much a skill problem. It's mostly the hierarchy, especially in Germany. There was this top-down hierarchy that is killing all innovation. But then start working on all these normal principles that you get up your skills, as you said, you both said it, like the education, work on the organization, and then build your vision. And there's something next to design thinking is data thinking. What is the data that you will need? Do you need collaborations, like BMW and Daimler are collaborating to get data together for auto, because they know they are behind Tesla, so they start collaborating. Can I get there by myself? Or do you start building up open source projects and open up, as you said as well, collaborate, create ecosystems? But the most difficult part is imagining the future. And don't hire a workshop manager and then do a workshop with nobody in that group that understands the future, because you need skill. You need somebody that is skilled for that. So, and I think you are a very good partner to do so with that. So.
Oh, thank you, Bart. I didn't pay you for that, but yeah. Very good. I think that's an awesome final statement. I think, well, that's also what we, obviously it is. We have never worked together either, but yeah.
And I wasn't paid for that.
But I think that's a good point indeed. I mean, the idea that what we did here in this panel also to look at scenarios in this short time that we had, obviously is the idea also to understand that there are different futures, that you need to think about them, and that you need to also think about how can I be prepared for different futures, and not just for the one that I assume will come, because very likely it will not come, at least not exactly as you imagine. Yeah. Very good. So thanks a lot for this panel to broaden this perspective on AI. Thanks, Vanessa, Tanja, Bart. And yeah, we have a 10-minute break for coffee, stretching, whatever, and then see you back at 3:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. For those who just tuned in, welcome to the show. Last panel for today. For those who are with us the full day, kudos to you. High respect for that. And thanks to the audience in Berlin again. Last panel for today is panel number 4, the now and future of AI in foresight and innovation. I followed the conversation in the chat, in the online chat a little bit. And there is some conversation going on about, for example, is AI able to support disruptive innovation? Is AI able to support decision-making, for example? And then, of course, what kind of decisions and for what good, for example? And I hope, I have no idea, but I hope that our 3 panelists now can enlighten us a little bit about all these questions and more. So I'm more than happy to welcome Chris Mulroth to my left here. colleague from ITONICS. You're the Chief Commercial Officer, and you're doing a lot of research in the past, 5 years now?
Right. Yeah.
When it comes to big data and artificial intelligence and other stuff in innovation management and in strategic foresight. And you did some recent publishing, I believe.
Sure.
So we're very interested what you will tell us about. And then we have Sven Taubert. You're with Lufthansa Technik as far as I know.
Yes.
And you're the Corporate Foresight and Market Intelligence Director or head of or something like that. Yeah, okay. So you're heading a team there, yeah? In the strategy team. That's amazing. Very interested to your take on this. And we have Sven Schimpf, another Sven, Professor Dr. Sven Schimpf. I believe you have two roles. You correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah. One is with the Fraunhofer of Fraunhofers. So I believe there is a Fraunhofer on Innovation Institution that basically kind of aggregates a couple other Fraunhofers to research on specific innovation topics, let's say, and methodologies and trends and stuff when it comes to innovating and how this all works.
Yeah, this is the Group for Innovation Research at Fraunhofer, consisting of 5 institutes there.
Which 5?
Fraunhofer IEO in Stuttgart, easy, these abbreviations. So 5 institutes in Stuttgart, Karlsruhe, Euskirchen, and Leipzig. So.
All right. And your second role is a professorship at the University of Pforzheim, is that correct?
Yes, exactly, for innovation and interdisciplinary research, sitting between 3 faculties and trying to bring together the 3 disciplines here to create the big innovations somehow of the future.
Great. Fantastic. So, what is this panel about? One question is, what is the state of the art of AI in foresight and innovation? It's the exact same question we asked about 1.5 years ago when we did the kind of exact same thing, but in a different location with a different setting and audience. So let's see what happened in the past 1.5 years. Second question is, where is AI supporting humans today, specifically when it comes to innovation and corporate and strategic foresight? So do you guys already see applications, for example? What about your experiences when it comes to using big data or using mechanisms of AI in decision support or in foreseeing certain events in the future? Yeah. Number 3 is, how will AI support humans tomorrow? So how do you see the trend? How do you see the developments in technology and in the specific applications? And number 4, can AI become a better innovator than humans? And here again, referring to the chat, for example, will AI be able to support you in disruptive innovation, in adjacent innovation, in innovating better or faster or leaner, for example? So these are the questions we are addressing in this panel. And this is a little bit different than the panels before. So we have, no, not we, you guys have prepared a couple of slides each. So we have short presentations, about 10 to 15 minutes, where you give us a little bit of an idea of what you're working on and what your experiences are. And then we have about 15 minutes of a conversation going on. And I will prepare a couple of questions in between. And to everybody out there in the audience, physically and virtually, put your questions in the chat. I got a laptop here. I will at least take a look at it and maybe even write some down and ask these gentlemen after the presentations. We will start with Chris, and then Sven Taubert, and then Sven Schimpf. Is that fine with you? Chris, perfect. Go ahead.
Sure, thanks. And I really try to keep this short since I don't want to, have too many slides on that speech. But what I want to do maybe in the next 5, 7, or 8 minutes is the following thing. Since we've today have talked a lot about different use cases, using AI as a tool, having AI in the toolbox, doing different things with that. Maybe at the end of my short presentation, we will have another idea of applying AI not in certain industries or maybe not to certain use cases, but actually applying it to foresight, applying it to innovation processes and have it as another kind of application area. How can AI be used in businesses today? And since we have heard so many compelling use cases, I'm focusing a bit more on the AI for good today. So I'm not the one who's thinking that the AI may probably overrule humans in 5 or 10 years. But here's just one example, which I guess we had also addressed in the panel before, where we're talking about healthcare. So in this picture, what you can see on the very left-hand side is a patient. He is right now going under some observation in somewhere in India, I guess. He's seeing the doctor, and he's getting his iris being scanned with this little machine here. Now, what's happening is actually that the story behind the picture is that especially in those areas, there are certain, let's say, diseases that, of course, as you have global diseases at all, in this specific region, you have diseases that can be, of course, seen early on. So there might be some early signals, there might be some things you can see. And in this case, an analysis of the eye, of the iris, certainly may bring out early signals of an emerging disease for that patient. Now, the problem is to do that, you need to have very sophisticated doctors. You need to have doctors traveling from A to B, B to C, to finally come to these offices and observe if the patient is actually showing some signs of this emerging disease. But in this case, it is pretty simple. So what was done is they have actually trained some kind of AI model, and now it's not the doctor anymore that it's looking at the iris scans of the patient, but the AI does some calculation, it does some image recognition. It tries also to look a little bit of behind the colors in the image and try to give a score. Is there a possibility this patient is going to be severely sick, maybe in 5 or 10 years for a certain disease? And this is obviously one example where now you don't need a doctor anymore to have a one-on-one conversation with a patient. But what you can do is you can have maybe 10 times, 100 times more, and even faster patients being examined by the doctor. And that's why I've called this little example here democratizing healthcare. This is certainly for the good. And just a second example to make it a little bit more concrete, this is actually where the AI is striving to save human lives today. So on the left-hand side, again, you see a picture, and it is from a firefighter somewhere in the United States. And one of the biggest problems of firefighters when they enter houses or buildings that are burning is smoke. So once they enter this building, oftentimes their vision is severely impaired because there's so much smoke that they cannot really navigate inside these buildings. So they go into the house, maybe, on the worst case, it's burning, and they're having a hard time navigate. Where is the door? Is maybe somebody inside that building that may actually be in severe danger, and how to find these people and rescue them from the fire. So being that kind of a hard problem, on the left-hand side, and I think this is still some startup who is developing that, they have actually attached, and you can see it on the upper right here, they have attached a small camera to the helmet. And the camera in turn is associated, I guess it's sending some signals to a GPU or graphical processing unit. And what it does is, at a real-time application, it is scanning where the firefighter is looking, it's capturing the image, and on the right-hand side, you see what it's kind of projecting to the firefighter. So what it does is it is augmented with some edge detection algorithm, and the green lines you can see here are actually the edges of things seen even though there is much smoke. So the firefighter is actually not seeing with his real eyes, but he's using kind of an augmented reality, if you want to call it like that, and he's only now looking at these specific edges. And in that case, on the right-hand side picture, this is, of course, a dummy person. Unfortunately, it's not a real human. But you can see there is some human laying on the ground, and you would never have found him given that the human eye is not able to see through that smoke. And those are just two examples where you can have AI for good. But the actual point that I want to make in this short presentation is that given these different applications for artificial intelligence, there is a new application area that can actually help companies, help research institutes find these specific occurrences of innovation, of emerging technologies that may or may not be in your industry. So this colorful slide is one example of how we are right now, both in research but also in practice, trying to enhance corporate vision or corporate foresight by having a small army of maybe artificial intelligence bots, machine learning bots, and they are kind of a digitized version of a trend scout, of a technology scout, since they're kind of doing the same thing as in the last example. They're collecting large amounts of data, and the data can be from anywhere. It can be customer insights, it can be scientific publications, it can be patents, it can be even image data if required, on a specific topic. So you could just go ahead and say, well, you know what, I don't want to, being an I don't know, somebody working in Foresight, somebody working on innovation processes. I don't want to do the job myself. I'd rather don't have a team of 10, 15, 20, 25 people working in the space, identifying new trends. Why not actually have an AI bot, or maybe an entire army of AI bots going out there and always telling you that there is something new coming up, that there is a new startup developing a certain innovation, that there may be a new technology, that there may be a new patent that is actually, ingesting directly into your technology or fields of technology. So this is just a brief example. On the left-hand side, you can see there is right now some AI bot. It's called AI bot number 1, and he's right now active, and he has kind of a specific search field. We told him, well, in the area of healthcare and or patient care, just go out there and find new topics, and always at a specific point in time, for example, on Sunday night, on Monday morning, it doesn't really matter. Whenever you find something that is suspicious, whenever you find that, for example, the contents of a social media discussion change, the contents of certain scientific publications diverge from what you already know or from what you already maybe have on your radar, then please give me a sign. Write me an email, do some alerting, send me a push notification to my, innovation app, whatever, and really help me finding these new topics. So, this little example shows that AI cannot really only be used for certain innovation per se, but actually be used for finding those innovations, for finding those use cases, such that, you maybe will be a little bit more enabled to be ready for what's coming next. What's coming in different industries, what's happening in China, as we've heard before, what's happening in the US, and having this on your radar certainly can fuel both innovation and foresight processes. So why not just doing this with some artificial intelligence bot? And that's basically the baseline story of this picture.
Great.
Thanks.
I'm trying to process that. It's actually quite impressive. Great. Thank you, Chris. Beautiful. If there's questions to that, as mentioned, just drop it in the chat and we'll pick that up. I already noted 1, 2 questions for you later on.
Perfect.
Are you ready to go, Sven?
Yes.
Beautiful.
So I try to bring, again, a Lufthansa perspective into this. I'm really wondering that we didn't discuss COVID today. So I tried to use it a little bit as an example. As I was working just in the context of COVID, I would say the last 6 months. So market intelligence is now a lot also in aerospace about medical stuff. And I think this is exactly what you said. You can apply certain machines helping you in fields of expertise where you might not be the super expert. So my team and I were a little bit a mixture of the Oracle of Delphi and Mr. M from James Bond. Today I want to go more in the Oracle side of our business, so predicting the future. So the core belief we have as a team is we should go in the direction of knowledge-based decision-making. Data-based decision-making, a lot of people are talking about that. From my point of view, this is just a too narrow view on the very end. So just focusing on data is not enough. You have to bring also the experience. So you have your expert of the industry, but you should also leverage the data to understand a little bit the past, analyze the present, and then predicting the future with that. And then afterwards, you can have products and you can consult at the very end. So the biggest problem my team and I facing are the total overflow of data, more or less. So we have to understand the political circumstances. Currently, we have to understand medical issues from vaccines to viruses to epidemic growth rates, all these kind of stuff. And then we have to understand our own industry. So industry means aerospace in this particular field. So what we try to do is how to leverage AI to actually concentrate all that data that we actually can widen our view at the very end, because I can read maybe, 50 pages a day and process them. The AI can read much more. So the AI should filter the information for me, saying, hey, watch out, here's some important information. And what we did some months ago actually, was we tried to challenge it. And we took it also personally in the contradiction of the first panel, I would say. I said, I want to have a challenge, me against an AI. So the task was quite simple. So we said, what is the top technologies for aerospace cabin innovation? A task that took me around 15 minutes, I would say. And then we put in a data scientist, didn't explain him anything to the topic itself, and said, what's your answer? And it took him half a year. So the time period was, on the first few at least, much longer. Most of the time he actually spent to get good data. Good data mean he had to look in the internet for some message boards, social media, all that stuff where he could find information provided by other humans at the very end. And then cleanse the data, meaning bringing the data in a form that actually an AI can work on that. And the actually AI then took around 2 days, I think, processing all that data and then coming up also with the list. And it was quite interesting to see the lists were more or less identical. So my prediction for the future for disruptive technology was exactly the same, like the congregation of the data the AI found. The AI was measuring 2 things. One, keywords mentioned how often, that was simple, and then we did text reasoning, so more emotions coming up in a discussion. Then we thought, okay, more emotions means more disruption because something is changing, people getting more emotional about that. So that was really the AI part of that. And actually that worked quite well. So the student or the data scientist who did that was a little bit like, yeah, it took me half a year and you did it in 15 minutes. And I said, yeah, wait, I have a 10-year experience and then it took me 15 minutes. So all the data aggregation you did was my data aggregation over 10 years, right? So I said it's quite successful from my point of view. And of course, we are not using that bot for topics we are experts in, because that doesn't make any sense for us. But there are so many topics, especially in digitalization currently, where you can't really keep up with a small team. So you have to have some help at the very end. So the AI is getting kind of another person in the team aggregating more and more data for us to actually help us concentrate on the more important stuff. So one of the issues I still have with AI, this is a little bit the disclaimer behind that, is you have to understand what the AI is actually doing. And this is not that easy. This is why I put up that little robot from Hitchhiker's Guide from the Galaxy. You might know the scene where they ask that big computer the big question about humanity and everything. And after 1 million years, it came up with an answer and said 42. And everybody's like, what? We waited 1 million years and the answer is 42. And this is sometimes the issue with AI. You're getting an answer, but you cannot really understand why the answer is the answer. And then you don't get an explanation. And this is quite tricky if you're consulting management and you don't know why you have to actually say this is the result. So you cannot just say, for example, currently the market is crashing and we have a decline of 20% probably in 2 years. And then the answer is, why do you think that? And then it's like, the computer said it. It's not a sufficient answer. So what is really important is to understand what the computer is doing and getting the way with the computer to understand the thinking of the AI to actually can have a more reasoning with the guys you are discussing that. And another main challenge we heard that I think from every person today is you have to get your basics right, meaning you have to get your data. And this is really the very boring part, sadly. It's quite hard, especially in big company with huge legacy systems. And it's a huge work and you have no benefits until you actually make something with these data. So the benefits comes afterwards. So this is for us, as for all of us, probably the biggest challenge, get the basics right. And then actually the AI thing is quite simple afterwards, I have to say. Yeah. So that was my impression a little bit currently about Foresight. And then as I said, it's a new team member in our case, more diversity in the team, which we really appreciate.
Can I ask you a quick question
Yeah.
on that? So you said that you needed 15 minutes to answer that question about what's happening in cabin interior, trends and technologies and what's going on. Based on your 15 years of experience with Airbus and Lufthansa and the industry itself. And the data scientist, he needed half a year to build a model, and then the simulation took 2 days, and the results were just about the same. How do you feel about that?
As I said, for me it was a success for the AI, to be honest. Because the data scientist was a little bit disappointed about, he thought he would come up with some new things. That was his approach, said, you're missing something. I said, I wouldn't be good at my job if I'm missing something. So he was a little bit disappointed, but I was actually surprised and would say the AI did a pretty good job on that. So this is what I try to always communicate. I want to use an AI in a method where the AI is actually better than me. It's like hiring people at the very end. I'm not hiring somebody who can do the same task like me, just worse. That doesn't make any sense. So I hire people who are smarter in a certain expertise and to accomplish our team. So in this case, we hire the AI, which is smarter in a certain area, in the area of aggregating big data and summarize it. And this is probably a task you can also hire maybe 100 students. They can do that as well. Maybe it's not the most fun part, but the result would be the end. But the AI is probably the more economic part here in my team. So the AI actually can do these kind of work, and it's actually better than all of us at the very end. So you have to find these little fields of expertise where the AI is actually better than you and the rest of the team, and appreciate that.
So the model that was created there to research the cabin interior, can you apply that model to other questions as well?
As I said, the model itself is not that tricky. The biggest issue actually is the data aggregation and collecting the data. Have a research which data is probably good data, because if you're just putting in Facebook posts, you're probably ending up with some conspiracy theories and all that kind of stuff. So you want to let out that data, because then it applies to bullshit in, bullshit out, right? This is a little bit like the Microsoft chatbot, which was fed up with Facebook posts, which ended up in a feminist, not feminist, in a racist, in this case. So it got crazy, more or less, and this is bullshit in, bullshit out. So you really have to focus on which data you feed. And if you're using the internet especially, you have really to be cautious about the data you're putting in. And this is actually the time-consuming part, not the AI afterwards. The AI afterwards, there's so much technology available. So yeah, the homework, the basement, whatever you want to call it, this is the big challenge.
That's very interesting. I believe there's a couple of questions already coming in. Let's elaborate that after Sven Schimpf, your take on the subject matter here. All right?
Yes, please.
Thanks very much, Sven.
So as we are doing research and foresight on foresight and innovation, I would like to give you some food for thought on what the future might look like. And but I would like to start with here foresight itself. I mean, normally if you speak about foresight, linear foresight is most comfortable for the human brain. So you might, if you think about your organization, you might know the words, we always did it that way, and so on. This is a key challenge, and I brought an example here that everybody knows. If you take the taxi industry, nobody with a, let's say, traditional foresight process from the taxi industry would have looked at smartphones, being able to substitute here the key areas that are relevant for the taxi industry. You have the signal, this is a taxi, you don't need that anymore. You have a specific color, you have the know-how of the driver, you have here the counting of the kilometers. This is not necessary anymore due to this small device that everybody has here. And if you do foresight, you should be prepared so that something is developing in a completely different area from yours. And it might change your world as you know it. And this is, I think, this is the key about doing a good foresight. So if we speak about AI, this has to be considered. What we did here 2 years ago, we did a study on how innovation will look like in 2030. Because we thought, okay, we in Europe, us in Europe, in Germany, we were very good in technological issues in the past. Digitalization is more about American companies here like Google, Apple, Amazon, and so on. So what do we have to do to be at the front end of innovation in the next 10 years? What will change? What do we have to consider? Where do we have to work upon? And the second thesis here, we developed 5 theses based on a systems analysis, so which factors do influence innovation overall. And our second thesis here was that in 2030, innovation processes will be fully digitized. This means that also foresight activities are digitized, but also, let's say, like we have PDM, PLM systems, product data management, product lifecycle management systems, simulation, things that developed during the last decades and will further develop in the future. But also we have foresight activities being more integrated and being more supported by AI. And we think that in 2030 we will have AI being the innovator. I mean, like AI developing products. We saw that in the past, like a marketing gag from IBM when the Watson system developed the barbecue sauce. I was never able to test it, but this was impressive. So data was fed into the AI system, data on technological issues, so barbecue sauce issues. Not high-tech, I guess, but and the AI developed a product out of it in combination with market information, and this is also happening today. So if we speak about AI, this is not many years away from now. This is something that is happening because if you look at your smartphone, there are a lot of applications that are using AI already. So we really think that AI will change the way people innovate. Not radical innovations. Radical, disruptive innovations, this will be the part of human activities, and but AI will be able to develop incremental innovations, so improve things based on the data that we have. So I would like to give you some examples here of what is happening at Fraunhofer. So we are using digital methods to support foresight in that sense. This is an example where at the IAA, so the International Motor Show in 2019, we used virtual reality to communicate scenarios to the customers, to the users. I brought a picture here of some older people because for them it's more difficult to imagine the future, but also if you have, let's say, if you're working for 10, 20 years in one company in one specific area, it's also not easy to imagine a future that is different from what you know today. So communication here is a key part, and this is just an example because all parts of foresight can take benefit from digitalization. This is what I wanted to say here. And we are also using AI to collect data, to analyze data, and to predict the future finally, or give, let's say, potential predictions of the future based on the data that is available. And we heard a very nice example here from Lufthansa. And I think everybody is working here in a similar way in different directions. We have here the analysis of Twitter data, but also classical databases like literature patterns and so on. And using AI to combine this to look into areas where you're not active or that you haven't looked in before to identify opportunities, threats, and so on. By the end, I mean, we will have the situation where AI plays a much more important role in foresight and innovation here. It might be that it substitutes activities that are done by humans today. Some activities you will be happy about that they are substituted, others perhaps not so much, but I think it's similar to automation and things like that. So I brought the periodical table here on the application of AI. So all these areas where you discuss applications of AI, this can be transferred one-to-one to foresight and innovation. The key point here is the opportunities of AI in foresight and innovation are three principles here, because humans, they have biases. If you look at your organization again, everybody has biases from the organization, from the functional background, and so on. And AI is able to overcome these biases. So bring in data, bring in decision support from other areas, from a broader range of data. And also it can overcome the filters, because filters, they are essential for human beings. I mean, without filters, you wouldn't be able to process all the information that is coming in. So you have filters. You look at specific areas only to being able to survive, to focus, and so on. And AI, again, can be programmed or can be developed in a way without these filters. And often, I mean, you can look at events from the past years where everybody thought this will never happen, and it happened. So AI is able to give indications of these things happening. The third thing here is that it's also able to overcome functional barriers. I mean, there are many organizations where the different functions, disciplines, they have difficulties working together. And in Foresight, you have a Foresight department that might make the right prediction, but other functional areas, they do not accept these predictions. Yeah. So AI might be able to help here to overcome these perspectives, these disciplinary perspectives. On the other hand, I mean, where are the barriers, where are the frontiers, or what? AI will not be able to replace imagination. I mean, to really imagine something that has not been here before. And we talked about disruptions, we talked about the great innovations and so on. And we did a study last year on how companies deal with potential disruptive technologies. And one of the key topics that was mentioned here was serendipity. So accidentally finding something, combining something that is not, let's say, related to each other. And I think this is where human innovators will always be ahead of machines and AI. So from my perspective, I'm really looking forward to having this AI-enabled foresight and innovation in the future. One thing that I brought here also is just to raise your interest. We discussed how companies are dealing with AI, and we did recently a study with more than 300 people from companies. A major part of these companies, or major part of companies at the moment, is thinking about AI, and I would recommend really to not only think about it, but to start testing where you can take benefit from it. We heard that in the US, data is gathered together, a lot of data, and R&D people are able to, let's say, experiment with it. I would recommend to look at the users, customers, and find out where you can benefit from AI application and start with experiments into that direction here. That's from my side. The study on the future of innovation is available online. We also did a great Foresight activity at Fraunhofer, the Foresight Fraunhofer last year, which is also available. And I guess the slides will be available to you, and so the links are also. Looking forward to the discussion. I hope that I raised some interesting points here.
Thank you very much. So I took some notes, and that will be also a question. So how I understand you is, you're saying that making use of artificial intelligence in the innovation process, if it's in the very early, very fuzzy pieces, or even going towards portfolio management, road mapping, whatever, this will be faster, this will be cheaper, you will have much deeper insights than today, because the machine or the artificial intelligence is supporting you in collecting much more data than you do today by asking people, for example. You will have more and better data. That's what you mentioned with the big corporates, where you might have issues in convincing decision makers with your studies, for example. But you see that creativity and serendipity is still the human touch, or the human piece of it, which is kind of essential when it comes to more disruptive innovation, let's say. Is that kind of what you said?
You polarized a little bit into the direction that AI will do a lot in the innovation process. I don't know the distribution by the end, but I think that AI is a great tool to being applied in the innovation process and really fasten up things, automating things, and finally getting up with a better match between technological possibilities and market demands, with some effects on overcoming barriers that we see in most organizations today if you look at the innovation processes.
Mm-hmm. I believe, to pick that up, that's actually a very, interesting aspect of this. So what we see from the ITONICS perspective is that if you have more data, and you have that data kind of in real time. So for example, you do a creativity challenge where you want to collect ideas to solve a specific problem. So out of a Foresight activity, you identified scenarios, for example, and for these scenarios, let's take it 3D printing of spare parts on site in time, something like that, in the next, what do you think, 5 years, 10 years, more like 10?
5 years.
5 years? All right, 5 years, great. And you then identify a couple of challenges to get that done, let's say. Yeah. And what do? You ask a couple of experts, you ask some startups, you speak to a couple of suppliers, for example, or you do some experimenting yourself. I assume, that's an assumption. And when it comes to, let's say, exchanging ideas and how to solve a certain an issue, what we are, for example, thinking of, so you type in your idea, or you speak it into a machine or something, and immediately the patents pop up, other activities, startups, competitors. So what's going on right now with the solution proposal that you just created in your head based on the challenge and based on the scenarios, let's say, that this already could help you a lot in generating, let's say, better ideas or better concepts in shorter time. And this is not really creativity at all. This is not serendipity. This is more being much more focused and much more on point than maybe today, where you do some brainstorming and you collect 150 ideas, or some of our clients collect 2,000 and more. And then you have the poor guy looking at the 2,000 ideas, and then you have to tell 1,995 people, great idea, but we're not doing it. So basically supporting every single aspect in the innovation activity chain, let's say, or in the innovation process, with some bits and pieces of artificial intelligence.
Yeah, I think this will go one step further in the next 10 years, because you will have, let's say, at the moment you see that every product is digitized, combined with digital possibilities through sensors, through data collection and so on. So you will have, or already have, this information on user behavior, market responsiveness and so on, and this data will be available. So you not only go into patents and see what other people have invented or into literature and see what researchers have done about it, but you will be able to automatically check if this is matched to user requirements. I mean, we don't speak here about the company from Elon Musk and putting a chip into your head. I don't know. It might be that this will also help to understand user behavior, but this is perhaps in more than 10 years. This is more like in the Matrix film. We are trying to do that with already with neural analysis to understand user behavior, but finally it's one step further than just, let's say, collecting the data that we know today, but collecting the data that we are working on collecting in the future and bringing this together.
I mean, one point, if I might add, is we have to realize that we are probably not the only person with that idea, you know. So there's a lot of stuff already done. So there's a joke in aerospace engineering, if you go in the space direction and you're writing a PhD thesis. So what is the best way to write a PhD thesis in space, in the space area? It's you learn 3-year Russian, then you find the paper of the topic you wanted to do research about, then you translate the paper from Russian to English and you have your PhD thesis. Because there was so much done in the Soviet Union in this case that more or less a lot of topics which is currently investigated in the European Union or even in America was already done somehow in Russia, but nobody's accessing that data because it's in Russian and nobody speaks Russian, at least not in the Western world. So same with Chinese papers, for example. So a lot of information in the world is in the wrong language, more or less, for the people who are actually needing that information. And computers, with their understanding of language getting better and better and better, are also widening our scope through barriers which were in the past there and now are accessible via technology. So this is also giving you a lot of new opportunities, saving time for doing more or less double, triple, quadro the work from other societies, more or less, who did that already, published it, but unfortunately we couldn't understand it.
And if I may just on top also add to what the other Sven said, you said a very interesting thing. You said right now we are digitizing products, which I totally buy 100%. You know, this is associated to discussions on digital twins, on making products simulating in a virtual environment and so on. And I think we are just at the next step of digitizing entire environments. So it's not only the digital twin of a product, but it's actually an entire environment. And let me make an example of that to make this more concrete. So I guess 2 years ago or something, there was an innovation challenge put out from NASA, from the USA. And what they actually were researching on, they were asking a couple of startups, and those startups should develop kind of a new building structure and a new material for those buildings that can withstand storms, especially sandstorms on Mars. Now, 2 things happened. For one, there was this group of startups, and this group, of course, had, as we know this from the traditional innovation processes, they had ideation challenges, they were gathering together, they were mixing some crazy stuff, exploding things, whatever, they were trying to really get to a perfect shape of that building and the perfect composite of ingredients for the material of the building. But there was also a second group, and I guess it was a group of mainly data engineers and data scientists and some AI geeks. And what they did is actually, they did try to model at first the entire environment on Mars. So they tried to model what's actually the impact of sandstorms given on certain materials, what's the impact given that there is sun and sunbeams and all that stuff. And they tried to model that in an environment. And in the next step, they then asked the AI, given a big database of materials, what could be a combination of those materials given the environment that is actually not damaged by all that crazy stuff happening. And at the end, I don't know the exact results, but at the end, at least the startups who were using this artificial intelligence thing were making it to the finals. I guess they did not 100% fulfill all the requirements from NASA, but they were better than those individual teams not using any kind of technology or AI. And I think these examples, it's just one example out of many, but these examples are the first signals of And I do agree serendipity might not be the thing, but randomness, a certain randomness in things, for example, in this case, in material sciences, indeed can be simulated at a way faster pace in millions different combinations in a short amount of time. And then there is this one combination that is actually the new innovation. Give that to real people, print that, try it out, whatever, and there you go with your new innovation coming from random combinations.
Or you do even skip that with trying out, because I know a couple of companies now who totally stopped customer research. So no questionnaires anymore, no touch and feel events anymore. They're just looking at their data, putting up their product or doing little tests and seeing just at the data, just at Instagram, Facebook, or just even predicting the taste of customers. I mean, companies like Netflix are not actually choosing the series they're putting up by taste of a certain person. They are feeding AI systems, and the AI system is predicting how successful that series could be on which market. So they're customizing products for market just on the experience these AI systems have on taste of humans, more or less. And we like to believe that our taste and everything is super complicated, but actually it seems to be it's not that complicated to make us happy, more or less. So also these kind of stuff where we, in an initial thought, from my point of view at least, is like that's a superhuman thing, like taste, and a machine can't understand it. It's not that sophisticated, it seems to be. So even these kind of stuff might be going in the digital way. And we heard a little bit about design thinking. So imagine the new design thinking process is I have a digital prototype, which is probably much closer to the end product at the very end because it goes quite fast. And then even the tryout with the customer more or less is digital. So you can have 10 iterations in a second and you don't have to go out actually and have to ask the people. You can try much more variants and then putting up finally a product and then test it probably. But I'm totally agreeing with Sven here that that's these little steps, more or less. It works for new sneakers, for example. There it works, because the new sneaker is probably quite close to the old sneaker. But something totally disruptive is you can't base that on experience, on data which is already there. So I don't see the possibility how a machine could do that. You have to be a little bit crazy to do that.
Yeah, might be we are doing foresight. We do not forecast here for the digital innovation process. It might happen, but we think this will take a little bit longer perhaps, and we are, let's say, skeptical if it will ever happen here in that way. To support it, yes, but for the big innovations, we think that human creativity is still or will be the baseline in the future also.
Guys, that is actually one of the questions that came up in the chat here. I think a couple of, let's say, futurists joining us are a bit worried about what you said and you said and you said. And I think the question is actually, first of all, what kind of future perspective are we talking about here? Are we talking about, as you said, you just mentioned it, forecasting versus foresighting? Is it like 2 years or 1 year or 5 years or 20 or 30 or 40 years? And of course, the question, when you look at the profession of being a futurist, where you combine a lot of data points and steep sectors and stuff like that, as you said, it's consumer insights and it's technological insights and projections and this and that and scenarios and whatever. What is left? So you know, not for the innovator herself or himself, but for the people, let's say, creating various futures. And I know you're not allowed to say they're predicting something. It's more about showing you variants of the future, and maybe it's scenarios or anything like that. And maybe Sven Schimpf, you maybe just a quick statement on that. What do you think? Is that a profession still being around in the next 5 to 10 years, or will that profession massively change into a different direction?
I'm sure that it will be around, and at the moment we see, let's say, a high level of uncertainty combined with new possibilities in data analysis. and so on. If you speak about Foresight, data gathering, data analysis, and let's call it prediction of different scenarios, this is only one part of the game. I think in most cases the biggest challenge here is to get companies, to get organizations involved, get the methodology implemented inside of a company, get it into the company culture, and then really come up with the right decisions based on these foresight activities and supported by AI. And I think many foresight people will be happy to skip, let's say, the data gathering, the data collection and data analysis part here, and focus on the part where you speak about communication, about decision making finally, and the implementation in an organization. So I wouldn't worry. Only if you are, let's say, the person doing, let's say, the data analysis, then might be that you should think about if you can evolve in a way to doing something different in the next 10 years.
So to pick that up, so Sven Talbot, you don't need to worry. That's what we just heard. Are you worried?
I'm not really worried, but I think at least part of the job my team is currently doing by hand, more or less, is in the future, as I said, our AI will do us for us, and we have to involve. This is and everybody has to involve. I have to involve every day, and every of my team member has to involve, and we have to involve a little bit more in the direction understanding what an AI is doing. So we all have to go a little bit more into the data scientist. On the other hand, which is very important, if you're looking not on a B2C business, so not business to consumer, there you have a lot of data. So this is easier for an AI. If you're looking B2B relationships, so market intelligence, B2B, there's not that much data around. So our competitors are maybe 10 companies on the world, right? So there's not so much data which can be gathered by an AI. So you have to have still your stomach feeling, you have to personally interact with other players in your industry sharing pictures. And this is the part where I don't see an AI coming in very quickly, because you're missing just the big data at the very end. And with just a few little data points, an AI can't do anything. There we are much better as a human to have that understanding of a culture, to have an understanding of a philosophy of a company, the DNA of a company. I think this will remain very human and will remain very, very basic interactive, like having a beer together, right? Like we had yesterday. So I think an AI...
Not only one.
An AI is not able to have that kind of conversation, because you are not willing to tell an AI at the phone with not having the AI a beer in the hand, you know? So these are the very human kinds, and this is the fun part also on the job. So we are hopefully not getting alcoholics in the future, because we just have to drink, so yeah.
But maybe last question to you. Do you believe that the competitive landscape, for example, in your industry, is getting rougher and tougher because change is faster, for example? And do you believe that your job, for example, is really making a difference when it comes to being more competitive or being more aggressive in the market?
Of course, I hope we make a difference. That's always a hope, but I think for everybody who is working in a company. Do I think it's getting tougher? I'm having always an issue with that. That comes a little bit in the direction everything in the past was better, and now it's getting so much tougher, and in the future it will be the horror. I don't see that, to be honest. It will be different. And I'm a person who embrace really change, because I'm getting bored quite quickly. So I like if something is moving. And of course, there's other people who don't like if things are moving. And yes, things are moving, maybe a little bit faster than before. So we have to kind of find a possibility, and we are currently, I would say, a little bit at the edge at some people's mind, that we have to catch up with the society, with our company, with our DNA, with our culture, and bring them on the way. Because it's the first time, from my point of view, in human history that technology is actually evolving quicker than we as a society. We heard in the last panel all the issues we have currently with the ethics and all that kind of stuff. It's the first time, from my point of view, that actually there's more technology available than problems we have. So sometimes it's now we inventing technologies for problems we don't have. And we have to find a good way to just put the right amount of technologies for actual problems and for a speed of change which actually a company, a society can actually work with. Because otherwise it will happen nothing. And we see that a little bit on the political field where we see all these people getting elected which are against technology, which is more or less an impression for me that people feel that's too much for me. So they try to stop that. And so we were too fast. It doesn't matter if some people in the world can go a very high speed. We have to go together at the very end as a society. And I think this is a new, not AI-based challenge. That is a very human, social challenge we have to take on.
Maybe one last question, Chris, for you. Will, I would say, software tools or AI-supported software tools, or however you want to call that, will more digital tools, let's say, be a common standard when it comes to innovating? Sven, you say yes, of course it will be, but what we right now see with most companies is that innovation is still very manual, it's very paper-based, even roadmaps are still done with, I remember workshops we did Post-its and then you take a photo and then you print it out and then I don't know, what do you do with it? So it's not really a digital process yet, and it seems that many organizations I talk to still have difficulties there because they are like, we need to be creative, and if we have software, this is very, very technical, and we don't want to disturb our thinking with this kind of, computer telling us what to think and what to do. So do you believe it will take like 2 years until we are where Sven Schimpf mentioned it will be a fully digital thing? You mentioned 2030, I think, or will it happen 2025, 2030? What's your take on that? What do you see in the markets?
I think this is actually a tough one, but I'd state, if you're just digitizing what you're already doing today in an analog or in a manual fashion, I don't think this is the right type of digitization, to be honest. So the example with the ideation posters is actually quite relevant. And if you just do the same thing, like collecting ideas, pinning them on the wall, but now in the digital space, digitizing Post-its or something like that, I don't think that's the way we should actually go. And if you have the same processes which you have had before, now simply put in a software tool, nothing will change. It's just somewhere written on a computer right now. You can also do that with a notebook. I think what's rather important is if you rethink what is actually a digital innovation process or maybe an AI augmented innovation process, then you're looking at that question from a different perspective. And I think from a timing perspective, it's already happening. It's already happening in healthcare, as we've seen with the example before. It's already happening in the construction industry where some type of tool or software, AI-enabled thing is already suggesting things for the human to build. It's already happening in the food industry where there is some interesting cases on startups that are actually trying to rebuild the same flavors, the same texture for meat than for vegan. There is a company, it's called, or they have a product called Not Milk. So what they're doing is, just reducing the animal part of that, but it smells like milk, it is like milk. It's a crazy chemical combination of things. So I'd rather say, and I'd vote for taking what you have and moving that in the digital space. No, absolutely not. But look at those cases and those rare occurrences right now where things that are going crazy are already happening. And then maybe in 2 years, in 3 years max, those organizations that are leveraging that will have a competitive advantage. And if they do that, others will follow. And time by time, then maybe I'd say take it for granted 5 years. The organizations that will have this competitive advantage will have a better time in the future, and then people will follow, organizations will follow, and then it's completely new way of foresighting and innovating, I think.
That was a long answer. I got to think of that. But it feels like we kind of all agree, on at least some aspects here. Yeah. Gentlemen, thank you very much. That was quite enlightening, at least to me. We'll take a 14-minute break. And after that, at 4:45 Central European Summer Time, we'll have a quick wrap-up, again, offline and online. Thanks again, and hope to have a couple of conversations right after this. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. That's kind of all I have to say. Thank you for the speakers joining us here in Berlin. Thank you for the fantastic conversations we had. Thank you for the speakers joining us online, some of you even from your well-deserved vacations. That was great. Thank you for everybody joining in and discussing online as well in the chat here. We will try to aggregate that and document a little bit. We will follow up after this beautiful summit in a hybrid setting here. Thank you for everybody in the technology team here with the audio and the video. Thanks for the Orga team. That was actually an amazing job, guys. I believe we really got it out there, let's say. Yeah. So thanks for that. Really nice. And I think, Tobias, you took some notes.
Yes, I tried to take some notes throughout the day and follow up on what has been done. So it's not going to be half an hour, I can promise that, just a couple of minutes. So if I try to recap the different sessions we had today, I think in the first one, we discussed and maybe learned something there about AI for longer term strategy and design development. And I think what I've taken away is that actually we might not be as far as we might have hoped we are. So it might take a little while until we eventually really can take strategic decisions based on AI support. Then in the second panel, which I was moderating, I took away that for shorter term decision making though, especially when it comes to value chain optimization, more operational things, it is already in place in some cases, as we've seen from Lufthansa, Industry Solutions, for example. So sometimes in some places it's already in place, others are working on it already, but we also see that issues like trust, transparency, explainability and organizational integration are very much an issue at this very moment. And even the ones who have a system already in place are still, or seem to struggle still, to get the message across that this is actually a reliable support system. Then in the third very interesting session, we have looked at a dystopia and a utopia in a quite vivid discussion, also online, around the ethics in AI, openness of data, algorithms, especially for the health sector, but also in a broader sense. So I thought this was actually a very, very interesting discussion, which took a broader perspective than just technology and business, but a broader understanding for what AI-based systems might do to society. And just now, in the last session, we have seen, or you have discussed, how AI can support innovation, and can possibly even innovate itself in the future. And whether we can expect AI to discover disruptive innovation anytime soon. And I think the answer to that is a bit mixed. It's not as straightforward, again, as some might have hoped. So I think it's a good idea to actually follow up on this in the future, right? What do you think, Mike?
Yeah, definitely. Let's say looking back at the first edition of the AI-enabled Tech Foresight Summit about 1.5 years ago, in Berlin, and then looking at what happened today, I believe there was a lot of let's say different points of view and a lot more industry experience already with AI tools when it comes to innovation and foresight in various areas. So we should, I would say, definitely have a third edition.
Sure.
If it's hybrid or not, let's see. Yeah, depending on what the virus does with all of us. Yeah. So that's one thing, for sure. And more than happy to welcome you all again. That would be amazing, and see what happened in this 1 year. And as a second thing, I would propose in the meantime that we all connect each other and have a vivid conversation. So there's LinkedIn, there's other social media tools, there's email and phone even, I heard, where we can have a one-on-one conversation. Because there was a lot that was discussed in the chat. There was a lot of conversations going on where we couldn't really dive too deep, of course, because not everything is in the public space. So that would be amazing. So connect to each other, continue with the conversation, work on experiments, of course, and maybe even share what you learned from these experiments. That would be amazing. Yeah. And number 3, as a follow-up of this event, for everybody who registered, we will share what we're allowed to share. Some of the recordings, some of the slide decks, and of course some of the names so you can connect to each other. And hopefully we will, by that, create a vivid conversation around artificial intelligence in tech foresight, in innovation, and in the world itself. Thank you, everybody. That was an amazing day. For you guys, if you have travels, come home safely. For everybody online, enjoy your night, and hope to see you soon. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.